Welcome to the regular session of the Carpinteria Unified School District Board of Trustees. It is Tuesday, June 9th. If everybody could please stand for the flag salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Closed session report, conference with labor negotiators, information was exchanged, no action was taken. And we're going to move on to C3, public comment for items not on this agenda. So if you'd like to speak to something that is not on this evening's agenda, please step up to the podium at this time.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Kelly Vergeer, here tonight as a classroom teacher with genuine concerns about how effectively we're serving our students academically. As a middle school science teacher, I've observed a steady decline in students' reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills, as well as their readiness to engage in higher order thinking. It's not an isolated concern. It's a trend many teachers are seeing across grade levels and content areas. Over the past decade, significant changes made by the district have impacted student learning. Intervention classes have been eliminated, summer school opportunities have been reduced, and general education classes lack instructional aid support and additional interventions for English learners and students with special needs. The result in current academic level of students is concerning. Some students are successful when asked to define, list, and identify information, but the majority struggle to engage in higher level skills such as analyzing, comparing, inferring, and evaluating. Even fewer students are able to independently produce original work that demonstrates a deeper understanding of the content and any form of critical thinking. Since February, I've attended the monthly board meetings, shared my public comments with members of the school board. While I appreciate the opportunity to speak, I have not been contacted by any board member to discuss these concerns further. My purpose is not simply to identify problems, but to advocate for solutions. It's essential that district leadership and board members engage directly with classroom teachers to address how we can improve student outcomes in reading, writing, listening, and speaking, particularly as many students are currently performing below or well below grade level standards, according to state testing. Those closest to the work of teaching and learning have valuable insight into both the challenges our students face and the support they need to succeed. The academic trajectory of our students should concern all of us. Therefore, I ask, what specific actions will the school board and superintendent take during the 2026-2027 school year to strengthen the academic outcomes and build systems that are responsive to the realities of today's classroom? Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to our students.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Hello, my name is Jay Hotchner, and I'm the elected employee representative for the president of the union. As you also know, in the last few years, the district has misappropriated extraordinary sums of money trying to unlawfully remove elected employee leadership. Each time, on no less than 4 occasions, charges against the district have been upheld by either a state or county court, and CUSD was forced to reverse its unlawful actions. CUSD doesn't keep losing because the outcome is fixed, because it isn't. On each occasion, multiple courts have thoroughly scrutinized the facts and have reached comprehensive rulings holding CUSD accountable for its unlawful behavior. CUSD doesn't keep losing because it has run out of money. While trying to punish those who expose their malfeasance and ineptitude, these district officials have misappropriated $4 to $5 million of our taxpayers' money. CUSD doesn't keep losing because labor unions always win. Other unions around the state routinely lose in the very same courts. CUSD keeps losing because CUSD's because the union leadership team impeccably documents the district's unlawful actions and diligently defends the rights of district employees. CUSD keeps losing because it continues to behave unlawfully. CUSD keeps losing because it continues to spend millions on legal advice designed to appease the emotions of these board officials and the superintendent, and all the while, the district's high-paid LA lawyers walk away laughing at Ms. Rigby, the board, and all of us, for that matter, their pockets filled with millions and millions of Carpinterians' taxpayer dollars. We don't mention these details because we wish to bludgeon CUSD with the facts. You all do a good enough job bludgeoning yourselves with those facts. Unfortunately, you also do a fabulous job bludgeoning us, crushing district programs, squandering an otherwise robust district budget, and failing to properly invest in the opportunities focused on student achievement. And it is the impact of this waste that compels elected union leadership to mention the succession of unlawful and non-contractual actions CUSD has engaged in and lost. You see, at the end of May, the district lost again. The State Public Employment Relations Board ruled that CUSD once again obstructed employees' rights and engaged in retaliation and discrimination when it pursued disciplinary action based on fabricated and salacious allegations. The court gave CUSD 20 days to appeal before the ruling becomes final. Since neither Superintendent Rigby nor any board member had the courage to share these details with the community, the elected employee leadership thought we better. The board is discouraged from throwing even more money and dollars at this nonsense. Stop making the same mistake simply because you are unable to properly manage your thinly veiled rage. Stop wasting everyone else's time and money and start focusing on the issues and actions that could actually transform the district and improve student achievement. The union is grateful to Mr. Delgado, who will provide a Spanish translation. Thank you.
Thank you, gracias. Mi nombre es Jay Hochner y soy representante electo de los empleados. Como saben, el distrito en los últimos años ha desviado gran cantidad de dinero en contra de la ley. Tratar de remover el liderazgo electo. En por lo menos 4 veces, la Corte Estatal y del Condado ha forzado al distrito a revertir sus acciones ilegales. Otros sindicatos en el estado pierden en estas mismas cortes. El distrito no sigue perdiendo porque ya no haya dinero. Ha gastado, desviado entre 4 a 5 millones de dólares. El distrito no pierde porque el resultado está arreglado, porque no lo está. Las cortes han revisado los casos y han llegado a veredictos razonables. El distrito sigue perdiendo porque se ha portado erróneamente. Sigue gastando millones en consejos legales para hacer sentir bien a los directivos de educación, pero en realidad están equivocados. Y mientras tanto, esos abogados de Los Ángeles ríen porque sus bolsillos están llenos de dólares de los contribuyentes. Esos abogados también están así tumbando programas estudiantiles. El distrito es culpable de no invertir ese dinero en oportunidades académicas para los estudiantes y sus familias. A fines de mayo, el distrito perdió otra vez. PERF, la Dirección de Relaciones Laborales del Estado, dio el veredicto que otra vez el distrito obstruyó derechos laborales y es responsable de represalias y discriminación al tratar de imponer una acción disciplinaria basada en acusaciones fabricadas. La Corte dio 20 días para apelar antes que el veredicto sea final, debido a que ni la superintendente ni la directiva de educación tuvieron el valor para compartirlo. El liderazgo electo decidió hacerlo. Ya dejen de tirar tanto dinero de los contribuyentes en apelaciones sin sentido. Mejor, controlen su ira y dedíquense al desempeño académico. Now, I would like to proceed with my own public comment. Primero en español y después en inglés. Número 1, 2 puntos. Número 1, felicito a los estudiantes por sus promociones, graduaciones, estudiantes que van a ir a las universidades élites. ese estrechón de manos en las graduaciones es lo más representativo para mí. Cuando estuve ahí con ustedes, 2016-2020, gracias, superintendente, miembros de la directiva de educación, presidente del sindicato, a los estudiantes y a sus familias. ¿Ok? Punto número 2. Libre expresión está incluido en la Constitución y en el Brown Act. Ustedes son electos en campaña o designados. Están ahí porque ustedes así lo desean. Y sí, obtienen felicitaciones, buenos comentarios y también críticas. Ustedes son políticos porque ustedes tienen una agenda y legislan, votan. Están ahí porque así lo quieren. Si no, ¿qué hacen ahí? Renuncien. Y que venga alguien más que sí puede recibir esas críticas. El gobierno de la ciudad, los miembros del City Council, ellos sí toman sus críticas y nunca reaccionan de más. Ha habido quienes sí les dan duro, pero ellos saben que es su derecho de la libre expresión. El Brown Act dice así: comentarios públicos. En una sesión pública puede un miembro, un orador público, venir al podio, y estoy citando el Brown Act, la Biblia Regulaciones. Puede decir un orador que la superintendente es incompetente. No. Ok. Ahora en inglés. Two points. Number one, congratulate students. Congratulate on their promotions, graduations. We have students going to the best colleges in the state or outside. That handshake, when I was there with you, 2016 to 2020, was everything for me. Everything. Agradezco a la superintendente Rigby, a los directivos de educación, a los maestros, al presidente del sindicato.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I thank the Superintendent Rigby, teachers, union president, students, and families for their achievements. Point number two, free speech. It's included in the Constitution and in the Brown Act. Board members are elected or appointed. You are there by your own choice, and you get compliments and criticisms. You are politicians. You have an agenda. You legislate. If you're not happy, can't take criticisms, resign. The city council can take criticisms. They do not overreact. Free speech is in the Constitution. We all know. And in the Brown Act, let me read this to you. Brown Act, School Boards and Open Meeting Laws. public comment. In public session, a member of the public comes to the podium and states that the superintendent is an incompetent idiot. Can the board remove that speaker? Answer, it's in the Brown Book. No. Under the Vaca versus Moreno Valley decision, the school board cannot censor public speech. That includes criticism. It's right here, in the Brown Act. It's the Bible of rules and regulations of both city council and board members.
Can you direct into
Yes.
the microphone so we can hear?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, free speech. It goes. The Constitution says it. That's why it's there. And the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to C4. Oh, more? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meredith Bell. I'm an Aliso and Kinderkirk parent, and I've been watching the meetings online, but wanted to come today to make sure that two major safety concerns at Aliso are brought to your attention. The first being the parking and pedestrian access for our drop-off loop, which feels more like a broken P-trap at the moment. It's highly trafficked. There are cars, gates. Right now, it's a mishmash of cones, caution tape, and it was already pretty tough to navigate with small kids to get through a parking lot just to get to the main gate. Now that there's construction on the TK and K building, the main point of access for our kids is also the only point of access for construction crews and vehicles and machinery. And with that, I feel like our safety situation has gone from an if to a when. And I really would encourage the board to review either other points of access, adjusting the drop-off situation during construction, and making sure that our kids are not going to get run over by a front loader. Just this week, our crossing guard was almost hit by a car who couldn't see him behind a construction vehicle that was being unloaded in our crosswalk. Also, with all of our parking being significantly reduced, more and more parents are needing to utilize that crosswalk as they're having to park on 7th and 9th Street just to be able to go pick up their kids. So that feels like number one. The second one is the playground, which currently is covered in yellow caution tape. It's been the site of no fewer than 6 major injury accidents this school year alone. The most recent one this month, a 5-year-old fell and knocked out her 4 front teeth. So if we could please get both of those situations addressed urgently, they both feel highly fixable. As both a parent and a taxpayer, it's very frustrating to listen to these meetings and hear how much money is being spent day in and day out on legal fees when it feels like we're not proactively addressing very obvious liability issues for our youngest kids. So I would appreciate quick and practical action on those 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, just so you know, further on the agenda is the playground, the Aliso playground. So that is on the agenda later. But thank you for addressing the parking lot. I mean, if you're not there and seeing it, you don't see it. And so I appreciate you bringing that to us. I can't take action on that type, but also the people that can are here and hear that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, because we can move that
Hopefully
forward.
that's a very
I
low
appreciate it.
cost and quick fix.
Agreed. Yes, agreed, and very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to move on to C4, approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of May 12th, 2026. We will now take public comment on C4.
Okay, thank you. Once again, the minutes of May 12th demonstrate the district's culture of violation, intolerance, and contempt for the experience of district employees. The drafted meeting minutes need to be modified to include how the board president again violated the Brown Act by not allowing public comment and by not following the district's own policy on public comments. Where the minutes include a full paragraph detailing the comments of a parent the board considered favorable, They do not include questions and constructive criticisms exposing the highly concerning performance of CUSD senior administrators and the comically thin-skinned board politicians. Even after reducing public speaking time to only 9% of the time available to an individual community member just 3 years ago, the board still acted to obstruct the remaining time and rights of public speakers on May 12th. This is reflected in the May 12th minutes, which contain all business conducted at a regularly scheduled board meeting for May, because the board has reduced the number of monthly meetings by 50%, now just one meeting a month. It also removed the public's right to cede minutes to another speaker. And it reduced public comment to crowded agenda items versus each agenda item. To be accurate, the May 12th minutes should include multiple Brown Act violations engaged in by both Schaefer and even Ms. Alcaraz, who on several occasions interrupted the speaker, mischaracterized their public comments, and threatened speakers with removal by force if they continued to exercise their right to comment on matters of district business. At minutes 1750, 2755, 4135, and hour 1:22:25, unable to manage their rage, Schaefer and/or Ms. Alcaraz exerted their personal moral beliefs on the speaker and the community, alleging that the use of a common term which describes messing something up or messing with someone in some way justified their decision to silence public speakers. To be clear, the use of the word screwed at minute 2755 was neither vulgar, nor violent, nor illegal. It does not constitute a personal attack, but rather criticized a public official's performance, which is not protected. It did not cause an actual material disruption of the proceedings, and therefore the speaker should not have been threatened with removal from the meeting. In abusing your authority, you are violating the First Amendment rights of public speakers, and even if you refuse to include your violations in the district's meeting minutes, we have it all on tape. Your behavior is also a violation of the Brown Act, and we are seeking to cure and correct this action. Any further attempts to engage in similar actions will result in legal consequences. And the board politicians who engage in such behavior will not have qualified immunity as a defense, meaning you can and will be sued in your personal capacity for denying the rights of citizens of Carpinteria. Public speakers are not required to bring a fainting couch for easily offended board politicians.
Thank you.
I'll stop there, thank you. And the union is grateful to Mr. Delgado, who will provide a Spanish translation.
Thank you. Nuevamente, los minutos del 12 de mayo demostraron la violación, intolerancia de los empleados del distrito. El presidente de Educación otra vez violó el Brown Act, no permitiendo comentario público y no seguir su propio protocolo, póliza en comentarios públicos, y donde se incluye un comentario público favorable al distrito, pero no incluyen críticas constructivas a la administración y a los políticos de la Dirección de Educación. La Dirección de Educación ahora tiene una junta mensual solamente y ha prohibido ceder minutos a otra persona. Para ser más específico, los minutos del 12 de mayo deben incluir múltiples violaciones al Brown Act por Sheriff y Alcaraz, quienes en varias ocasiones interrumpieron al orador público al no entender su comentario y amenazando a las personas con sacarlos a la fuerza si seguían exigiendo su derecho para comentar en asuntos del distrito. En los minutos 17 con 50 segundos, minuto 27 con 55 segundos, minuto 41 con 35 segundos y 1 hora 22 minutos 25 segundos, alegaron que el uso de una palabra común que describe arruinando algo, estás arruinando, era motivo para silenciar a oradores públicos. Debo aclarar que la palabra arruinando, usada en el minuto 27, 55 segundos, no fue vulgar, ni violenta, ni ilegal. No constituye un ataque personal, sino que fue una crítica a la actuación de una persona oficial. Y que es una protección protegida. Además, ello no causó ninguna distracción del proceso oficial y por ello el orador no debió ser amenazado. Por ello, les aviso que acciones similares tendrán consecuencias legales. Ustedes pueden ser demandados personalmente por negar los derechos de los ciudadanos. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. May I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 12th?
I'll move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 12th.
I will second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
And moving on to approval of agenda and consent agenda. If you'd like to make public comment on C5, approval of the agenda and consent agenda, please step up to the podium at this time.
Before I start my comment, did you want to have a discussion on that last one, or did you miss that piece, or on the approval of minutes? I just want to make sure you didn't miss a step.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're.
It appeared you might have missed a step of having the opportunity to discuss the last topic. You voted immediately without discussing. I was worried that you may have missed that opportunity.
Thank you. You know what I did? I'm a little out of practice in this position. Thank you for reminding me.
Welcome.
So take it a step back. Is there any discussion on the approval of the minutes?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now carry on with C5. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So elected union leadership asked the board to support the following consent agenda items. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Beyond those items, elected employee leadership shares concerns pertaining to others. Once again, the district is using the consent agenda to rail through several items that have not previously been brought before the public for a thorough review and examination. The district's behavior in this area is not new, and this Brown Act violation serves to even further restrict the participation and oversight of community members as it pertains to the governance of the district. As for item 11, once again, the district conceals the salary totals for administrators by hiding them in the 2026 regular May payroll totals. In calculating the totals for the certificated and classified employees, the district must go through the process of adding the costs of those who work directly with students and families on a daily basis with the cost of the administrators who do not. So why not share the underlying data with the community? You must literally do more work not to share the requested data than to share the requested data. For years, employees have consistently asked CUSD to share specific payroll costs associated with CUSD's administrative payroll costs, which have ballooned under Superintendent Rigby. While district officials have attempted to bury these administrative costs, the costs associated with employees working directly with students continue to become an increasingly smaller portion of CUSD's budget. That's hidden in the way that you provide the numbers. This fact, which remains thoroughly undiscussed and examined by the superintendent and our school board politicians, was even exposed in the district's most recent audit, which confirmed that CUSD again violated Ed Code by failing to invest even the minimum portion of the district's budget required by Ed Code in teacher and support staff salaries. In the last 2 years, CUSD underinvested approximately $6 million in the salaries of those who work directly with district students. That's almost the exact same amount that CUSD instead spent on frivolous lawsuits attacking elected employee leaders, representatives, while adding new administrative support positions and salary increases to the already highest paid people in the district. Is anyone surprised to hear there are no similar violations, underinvestments, or shortages when it comes to CUSD's administrative costs? In fact, the district's SARC data recently confirmed that CUSD's administrators are paid well above the state average, while teachers and support staff are paid well below. Would any of our school board members care to explain why they have demonstrated no interest in sharing administrative payroll costs on the board agenda? Could it have anything to do with how these costs have ballooned under Superintendent Rigby? While the costs associated with employees working directly with students becomes increasingly smaller? This is your time to answer. Thank you.
Further comment on the approval of agenda and consent agenda? Okay. May I get a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda and consent agenda.
I'll second.
And any discussion?
I just had some clarity requested on the AHA item, Diana. In terms of just the timing of that, is that during after school hours? I mean, how does all of that program work? Is it, I know it's at the high school.
Before and after school for next year.
Okay. Because it's, AHA is replaced by the financial services program instead.
Yes, AHA was part of Get Focused, Stay Focused, and that course will no longer be offered next year. Financial literacy will replace that course. So then the AHA support services and the councils and the counseling will be before and after school.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I'm ready.
Okay, any further discussion? All in, roll call.
Jeanette,
Aye.
Jamie,
Aye?
and I am I.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move to E, public interest reports and presentations. If you'd like to make public comment on any of the items under E, please step up to the podium at this time. And just to clarify, there will be a separate opportunity under the hearings for 6 and 8. E6 and 8, there will be a public hearing for each of those, which will allow further comment on the preceding items. But overall, for the rest of E, now is your time. Please step up to the podium.
Okay, thank you. First, thank you and congratulations to Lacey, right? Your patience and consistent demonstration of excellence is inspiring, be it at school, off campus, on campus. Really quite amazing. And it shines really well on the seniors you represent, so we appreciate that. Second, union leadership shares its appreciation for the service provided by Ms. Lopez, Ms. Acuna, and Ms. Rankin. We hope they will continue to find ways to share their talents and gifts with the district in the future. Although district teachers, by administration's own math, have a 96% attendance rate, the value of highly qualified substitute teachers can't be underrated, and maybe you'll consider that opportunity. Maybe they'll consider that. We hope so. Of course, if they're not interested, we're certain your colleagues will understand and wish you a fruitful retirement. Third, in the superintendent's report, after heaping praise far and wide, Ms. Rigby shares CUSD's enrollment data for the 26-27 school year. By the district's own projections, student enrollment will decrease by another 31 students. To casual observers, this may seem like an insignificant data point, but when examining CUSD's enrollment data since the arrival of Ms. Rigby, the data trend begs further examination, beyond the canned national rhetoric being peddled by the superintendent and the school board. Number one, the last significant increase in enrollment was in 2016 after Superintendent Migleese recruited 45 additional students and had begun to transform the culture of the district. But that was short-lived. Mr. Schaefer led a crusade to fire Ms. Migleese and then hired Ms. Rigby to make CUSD great again, or at least make CUSD in the image of Mr. Schaefer. Since then, number two, CUSD has suffered declining enrollment in 9 of the last 10 years. Down 94 students after Ms. Rigby's first 2 years with the district, down another 28 students in 2019 and another 32 students in 2020. Although we saw a small increase of 12 students in 2021, CUSD lost another 91 students in 2022 and then another 94 students in 2023. In 2024, we dropped 10 more students and lost another 40 plus students in 25-26. And we're now projected to lose another 31 students by next year. Under Ms. Rigby's direction, CUSD has lost over 400 students. All the while, the number of families and kids in Carpinteria has increased over the same period. This while test scores continue to flounder, while legal costs have increased 700% annually, and now exceed the cost of salaries for all classified employees. And when we say all, that's including food service workers, clerical workers, all instructional aides, all transportation workers and drivers, all warehouse personnel, all custodians, groundskeepers, maintenance workers, and safety specialists. And while student enrollment has dropped by over 400 students during her tenure with the district, our school board continues to grant Ms. Rigby an extended 3-year contract to the tune of
Thank you.
$300,000 a year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. I will say that, Carpinteria resident, because I want everyone to know that I live here for a long, long time, at least half a century. Okay, 2 points. One, I would like to congratulate every student, every one of them. No one left behind, everyone, for their effort, dedication to study. The future is in them, and I hope that they can succeed in life. About a month ago or so, I ran into last year student rep, Pineda, and he stayed locally in the state, and he's doing really well, pursuing his dream. I would like to thank our student representative and wish you the best of luck in wherever you go. And you'll do good, I'm sure. And I thank you for your service. I mean, look, it's 6 already. You could be at home, doing your activities, doing your homework, and you're here with us, with the board, with the superintendent, with teachers, and community. And I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I thank you also your parents who are always here with you, and thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any further public comment? Okay. E1. The board honors the following personnel who are retiring after meritorious service with the Carpinteria Unified School District. Renia Lopez from Carpinteria High School, Spanish, 3 years of service. Stephanie Acuna at Canalino, Reading Intervention with 6 years of service. And Deborah Rankin from Canalino, Special Education with 4 years of service. And I would like to, at this time, invite our principals up. We'll start with Luis Quintero at Canalino. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me up here. Would you all like the honorees to be up here with us?
Yes.
Or
Please.
so
Yeah.
first, I'll have Miss Acuna first.
Now that I have my new boot, sorry, don't mind me.
Well, I have one speech one for individually. Yeah. Okay. What a privilege it is to be here today to celebrate Stephanie's retirement and recognize her many years of hard work, dedication, and service to our students. Stephanie has been part of the Canalino family for many years, supporting not only our students, but also our staff. Her kindness, positivity, and commitment have helped create an environment where students feel safe, supported, and empowered to achieve their goals day after day. She has worked to help students grow as readers and learners, always encouraging them to strive for their personal best. Stephanie has always been one of the first people to step up and help, approaching every challenge with a can-do attitude and a willingness to do whatever is needed to support students and staff. Her impact is evident in the strong relationships she has built with students, many of whom continue to seek her out and want to work with her long after they have moved on from her program. I will always remember the first time we met. From the very beginning, you were warm, positive, and welcoming. It quickly became clear that your guiding principle was simple: always do what is best for students. I will always cherish the time we spent together reviewing data, discussing programs, and brainstorming ways to better support our students. Those conversations always centered on one thing: how we could help students succeed. You are a true leader on this campus, because of the example you set every day through your dedication, expertise, and heart. I'd like to share a few words from our campus family about Mrs. Acuna. Stephanie has been an incredible reading teacher. Stephanie took many struggling readers to grade level and above. Mrs. Acuna believed every one of her students would learn and read, which led them to believe it. Stephanie's passion for her work with students is evident in their responses and reactions to her. She supports her students in a way that gives them confidence while working towards their path to success. The students love their time in her class, and they are genuinely eager to work with her. Stephanie has been a wonderful asset to our school, and she will be greatly missed. Stephanie, thank you for everything you have given to Catalino. Your impact will be felt for years to come, and you will be greatly missed. Your legacy will continue through the countless lives you have influenced for the better. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. We wish you nothing but happiness and joy in this next chapter.
We have a certificate for you. I'm going to read it right here.
Sorry, okay.
Yes. This is for Stephanie. In recognition of your dedicated service to the students, staff, and families of the Carpinteria Unified School District, for your commitment and devotion to the power of our public schools, for your leadership, compassion, and dedication to the lives of students and their families, for your belief in the success of every student, the Board of Trustees and the entire school community offer their heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Stephanie Acuna. Thank you for your 6 years of faithful and dedicated service to enriching the lives of students in our communities through your commitment in our public schools. Congratulations and thank you so much. We have a plaque for you and a rose bush.
Oh, well, how wonderful. Okay,
I'll carry
thank
those
you.
out at the end.
What was that?
I'll carry those out at the end.
Okay, thank you. Do I say something?
You can,
Okay. Well,
absolutely.
first of all, thank you for that. That was really touching. And I just want to thank all of you because I could not have asked for a better place to end my teaching career. I started in 1990, just a minute ago, and I have just thoroughly enjoyed my time here, and that really is the truth. I've met so many friends that I'm going to be friends with forever. I will miss my students because they enhance my lives, but I want to thank all of you for really supporting literacy with having reading intervention teachers. I really do want to applaud you for that because it is key, literacy. Number one. So thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, this next one is for Debbie Rankin, and this one's a little different than a traditional one, okay? So, when I think of Debbie, I think of a rose. Pretty much like the ones we have here today. A rose is beautiful, but its true strength is often overlooked. It stands tall through changing seasons, withstands wind and rain, and continues to bloom year after year. Much like a rose, Debbie has brought beauty, warmth, and joy to every space she has entered. But it is her strength, resilience, and unwavering dedication that have made such a lasting impact on all of us. Like the petals of a rose, Debbie's kindness, compassion, and love for others have touched countless lives. Students feel safe with her. Families trust her, and colleagues seek her guidance because she always leads with her heart. She has a unique gift for making students and colleagues feel valued, supported, and capable of achieving more than they thought possible. The stem of a rose provides strength and stability, and that is who Debbie has been for the Catalino family. Through celebrations and challenges, she has remained a steady source of positivity, wisdom, and encouragement. She has always put students at the center of every decision and has worked tirelessly to ensure they receive the support, opportunities, and care they deserve. And just as a rose leaves behind seeds that continue to grow long after the bloom is gone, Debbie's legacy will continue to flourish throughout our community. The lessons she's taught, the relationships she's built, the guidance she's provided, and the countless lives she's touched will continue to grow in the students, teachers, families, and colleagues who have been fortunate enough to know her. Debbie, Thank you for being the rose in our school garden. Thank you for sharing your strength, your wisdom, and your heart with all of us. While your next chapter may take you beyond Catalino, the roots of our impact run deep, and the garden you helped cultivate will continue to bloom for many years to come.
Thank you for coming to Carpinteria too. Thank you.
Can I just say a couple?
Yes, please.
I love working for Carpinteria Unified. Putting students first, like we keep saying, is what it's all about. And I truly appreciate the leadership I have received over these past years. Diana, thank you. Luis, Jamie, Carolyn Haynes, and the Catalino community. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Principal Cornejo.
Good evening. Ms. Lopez is unable to be here today, but I will still share great words about Ms. Lopez and how she has made an impact at Carpinteria High School. Ms. Lopez has been a member of Carpinteria faculty for only 3 years, yet during that short time, she became has become a true role model for our students and colleagues. Her dedication to teaching is evident in her well-designed lessons, engaging classroom activities, and the compassion she shows each student. Ms. Lopez consistently challenges our students to reach their highest potential, not only in her Spanish classes, but also across the areas of their academic journey. With a total of 15 years in education, she has served students at Carpinteria High School, Oxnard Union High School District, and the Nordhoff School District, bringing a wealth of experience and professionalism to our very campus that she has called home for the last 3 years. Ms. Lopez graduated from Channel Islands, CSU, where she majored in mathematics and began her teaching career as a math instructor. She kept that credential well hidden because we used her for Spanish also. A few years later, she earned her master's degree in Spanish and transitioned into teaching Spanish full-time, a role where she truly flourished as a teacher. Outside the classroom, she enjoys nature walks, spending time with her family, and the moments that she cherishes with her 7 grandchildren. As she enters retirement, she looks forward into continuing activities she loves the most, and also pursuing new interests, such as learning how to play the piano and taking art classes. Ms. Lopez will be deeply missed at Carpinteria High School. She has touched countless lives, from students learning a new language as English learners who have found confidence in their academic voice. One student described her, or Ms. Lopez, by saying, "She is the nicest person I have ever known. She has pushed me," the student, "to do my best in everything that I do. I have learned not to give up. Her impact is lasting, meaningful, and deeply appreciated." We have been fortunate to have Ms. Lopez at Carpinteria High School. As she begins her next chapter, we know it will be successful, engaging, and fulfilling as the lessons she prepared each day for our students. We thank Ms. Lopez for her service, the heart that she gave to our students, and the opportunity she has given us to learn from her. So thank you. And I'll give that to her tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. Ms. Acuna, Ms. Rankin, and Ms. Lopez, if you listen. Thank you so much for serving our students and our families. And I know that the work you've done, as we heard from multiple statements, it reaches so many, and it is deeply valued and appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to E2, our final student representative report with Lacey Zimmerman.
Tomorrow marks the last day of the 2025-2026 school year, wrapping up a successful and memorable year for the students of Carpinteria High School. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated Senior Awards Night, where seniors were recognized with scholarships and awards from school departments and local organizations. By the end of the night, the class of 2026 had earned more than $2 million in scholarships, grants, and financial aid. This achievement reflects the hard work of our students and the incredible support they receive from our community. The CHS graduates would like to thank everyone who helped make the event such a special celebration. The class of 2026 has also enjoyed several exciting senior events over the past few weeks. Students attended prom at the Mar Monte and participated in a safe and fun after-prom hosted by the parents of Carpinteria High School. Seniors also had the opportunity to attend grad night at Six Flags, a Dodger game, movie night, and yesterday's laser tag trip. Today, some of the seniors also got the chance to walk through Canalino or some of their other elementary schools and had a chance to celebrate their accomplishments and make lasting memories with their classmates before graduation. Over the last 2 days, students have been completing their final exams and are looking forward to the summer break. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., 143 seniors will walk across the stage at Carpinteria Valley Memorial Stadium and receive their diplomas, marking the end of their high school journey and the beginning of an exciting new chapter. As this is my final official student report, I would like to thank the school board members and our superintendent, Ms. Rigby, for giving me the opportunity to serve as the student representative. It has been an honor to represent the voices of CHS students and share their experiences at the school board meetings. This role has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my high school career. I'm grateful for the support, dedication, and hard work from our board members, teachers, administrators, and staff. Thank you for everything you do to support students and help our school continue to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lacey. And Diana has something for you.
And we're so proud of you. You're going to represent us so well at USC.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Change the world, Lacey.
Yeah. Okay. We are now going to move on to our superintendent's report.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to add my congratulations to the class of 2026. It is my pleasure to honor and recognize the distinguished class of 2026, 143 graduates. They did it. I'm so proud of them and their accomplishments. Their dedication and hard work for these past 13 years have prepared them well for college and careers. I look forward to their contributions to our community and wish them all the happiness and success that they deserve. I'd also like to congratulate the valedictorians, Valeria Pulido and Edwin Hernandez, and the salutatorian, Massimo Bonilla Zakosek. And again, I'd also like to add my information about the senior awards ceremony. It was awesome. On May 28th, CHS seniors were recognized for their outstanding academic achievement, service, and student leadership for these past 4 years. A remarkable 58% of the seniors were inducted into the California Scholastic Federation, receiving their CSF tassels. 78% earned the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma, far above the 35% state average, and 30% earned the Seal of Biliteracy, which is above the 20% state average. Our CHS department chairs recognized outstanding students in liberal arts, Valeria Pulido, Alarisol Rodriguez, Logan Labastor, David Escovel, and Ellie Roberts, in science and math, Crystal Echeverria, Massimo Bonilla Zakosek, Casey Kramer, Edwin Hernandez, and Vivian Huskins, and the Distinguished Already Award was presented to Casey Kramer. The Carpinteria Education Foundation recognized dozens of seniors with more than $2 million of scholarships funded by generous community donors. Local organizations continued their tradition of supporting CHS students pursuing career pathways with 13 CTE scholarships. This ceremony reflected the dedication, resilience, and spirit of the class of 2026, a group of students who has distinguished themselves academically and have contributed meaningfully to the Carpinteria community. And I'd like to continue with some appreciation. Please join me in recognizing Principal Corneo, Assistant Principals Newman and Sabenis, and the CHS Parent Group for organizing the wonderful senior activities and the senior flags on Linden and Carp Ave. I'd also like to thank CMS, Aliso, Summerlin, and Catalino and Family School principals, office staff, and parent groups for their fabulous promotion ceremonies that will happen tomorrow. Congratulations to grades 5 and 8 students and their families. At this time, I'd also like to recognize and thank our CHS Athletic Director Cooney, Assistant Director Bryant, coaches, and CHS student athletes for a terrific spring season of sports. Boys tennis captured the Citrus Coast League Championship with standout performances across the roster. Servando Capozano and Ethan Albrin earned the title of Citrus Coast League doubles champions, and Edwin Hernandez finished as the league runner-up in singles. Baseball secured a third-place finish in the Citrus Coast League and advanced to the CIF Division VII quarterfinals, demonstrating strong competitiveness throughout the postseason. Boys volleyball finished second in the Citrus Coast League and earned a berth in the CIF playoffs. The swim team claimed the Citrus Coast League championship and advanced to CIF playoffs, reflecting depth and consistency across events. Girls track captured the Citrus Coast League championship, while boys track earned a solid third-place league finish. Softball completed a productive and rewarding season marked by growth and teamwork. We also have some congratulations. Our Catalino students, Tate Mayer, Eddie Cantu, Billy Stewart, Ava Densmore, Sofina Guerrero, Evie Mayer, Gabe Deanda, and Noah Donahue, as well as our CMS students, Jaden Benitez, Samantha Snyder, and Emma Hotchner, participated in the Santa Barbara County Math Super Bowl last week with their teachers, Ms. Guerrero, Ms. McDonald, and Mr. Ramos. Students competed as individuals and in grade-level teams to solve complex mathematical problems. The teams also participated in an engineering challenge, building cantilevers from clay and toothpicks. And Catalino's fifth grade team won first place with their cantilever measuring 35 centimeters. Congratulations. Dr. Sonia Aguila, our dual language immersion teacher at Catalino, is receiving the Promoting Bilingualism and Biliteracy Award from the Association of Two-Way and Dual Language Education annual conference in San Diego in June. The association supports the development and continuing implementation of two-way and dual language programs throughout the nation. Currently, there are more than 3,600 DLI programs in the United States. So congratulations, Dr. Aguila. Now, information about the governor's budget. Governor Newsom's 26-27 May revision budget injects nearly $10 billion in new or expanded investments into TK-12 schools and community colleges, driven by a massive state revenue surge from income tax and AI investment capital gains. However, the plan also contains a contentious proposal to withhold $3.9 billion in constitutionally guaranteed Proposition 98 funding until the following fiscal year to hedge against revenue volatility. Key funding boosts and formula adjustments include a super COLA, 4.31% for LCF districts. So you'll be reminded that CUSD is not an LCF district, so will not be receiving the super COLA. Special education, which will increase our special ed revenues for CUSD, and community schools, which we do not have at CUSD. Targeted academic and operational grants available to CUSD include professional development, reading screeners, dual enrollment, and food services. New staff mandates, which will add costs to CUSD's budget, include the paid pregnancy disability leave, which provides up to 14 weeks of fully paid pregnancy disability leave for all TK to 12 educators and public school employees beginning in 26-27. School districts are expected to cover this expense using their super COLA funds, which CUSD and the other community funded districts did not receive. My next item is our next year's 26-27 projected enrollment, and we're projecting that we will educate 1,775 students, which is a decrease of 31 students from this current school year. And then my last item is Measure U. At the Aliso TKK building site, the dewatering process has ended and the soil has finally dried. That's good news. So over-X and soil stabilization have been completed. Compaction criteria for the building pad were met, inspected, and certified. So the final survey was done and underground utilities work is now underway. The Carpinteria Valley Water District conducted their site visit and have scheduled their street work for firewater to proceed later this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarifications on the superintendent's report? Okay, seeing none. We are going to move on to E4, the 2026 LCAP local indicators presentation. The Superintendent Rigby will be presenting the local indicators. No action is required. Oh, and if anybody, oh yeah, sorry. We're gonna go ahead and let folks grab the roses and head out.
We'll come back and get them for you. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, next page.
Okay, and LCAP.
Okay. Every year, we present the local indicators. The state requires the district to share the local indicators that include that include requirements from the local control funding formula, and that's associated with the LCAP, and as well as the adoption of the LCAP, and then we also looked at the district results through the dashboard, that's assessment. Their state has identified 7 priorities, of which the local indicators cover 5 of those priorities. The other 2 priorities are on the dashboard, and that is the results of the statewide assessment, the CASP assessment. So the 5 priorities are, the priority 1 is we're looking at whether or not we've assigned teachers according to their credentialing, student access to the curriculum, and facilities. So it's curriculum, facilities, and appropriately assigned teachers. The priority 2 is the state frameworks. We have state frameworks in all our content areas, as well as content standards, and we are assessing whether or not we've implemented those frameworks and that we're teaching to the content standards. The 3rd priority is parent and family engagement. The 4th and 5th priorities, which are not listed here, are the state assessment results. School climate is priority 6, which we assess on the California Healthy Kids Survey. And then priority 7 is to ensure that all students, whether there be regular ed or special education, have access to a broad course of study. So when we look at the first priority and we look at the assignment of teachers, we've had no misassignments except for total teacher misassignments. We have 8 from 24-25. So this is not the current year. This report is a year behind. So in our 8 teacher misassignments, we had 1 special ed teacher who has preliminary credential and is completing their special ed credential. We have 3 elementary teachers that are working in DLI classrooms that are completing their BCLAD. At the high school, we have 1 teacher that was teaching robotics last year that did not have a CTE credential. The next 3 no teacher assignments will continue, and they have been in place for the last 15 to 20 years, in that we have an elementary school counselor who does not have a counseling credential but a social worker credential. We also have a sixth grade teacher who teaches science and math, and it's not core, and she does not have a single subject. And we also have a DLI teacher at the middle school who is teaching DLI English Language Arts and only has a Spanish credential. So those are the misassignments. The next priority is implementation of state academic standards. And we have full implementation of the frameworks in all our content areas, as well as the content standards are being taught to all the students. So you will see that in the next 3 pages for this priority 2, that we're full implementation of sustainability. So that's the next slide is the progress in making our instructional materials aligned with our standards and curriculum frameworks, and that is full implementation of sustainability in all the content areas. The next area is programs and policies that are aligned with our adopted academic content standards and the curriculum frameworks, and we are in full implementation of sustainability across the core content areas. The next item is related to CTE, health, PE, visual performing arts, and world language. And for the first year, we are in full implementation and sustainability in these areas as well. The next item is related to supporting teachers in professional development, identifying departments and grade levels, their professional development needs, as well as the professional development needs of individual teachers, and also providing support for teachers that have not yet mastered their standards. We partner with the Santa Barbara County office. We offer a TIP program that supports new teachers and beginning teachers to help them master the content standards. The next priority 3 is related to parent and family engagement. And we collect our data from the Healthy Kids Survey that indicates that 91% of our families feel connected to the schools. We have a variety, in the next slide, we have a variety of school site activities as well as parent groups. And we also have district-wide groups, including ELAC and DLAC, and we have a special education parent advisory group. We also have a district parent advisory group that meets on a monthly basis that represents all the school sites and serves to inform myself and the leadership team on family priorities, family parent education needs, and also highlights of the activities that families are involved in at the school sites. The next slide indicates our progress in building partnerships for students achieving their content standards and also a positive school climate. And then the next slide indicates our strengths, in that 91% of our parents report that schools encourage parents to be an active partner in their child's education. We have a number of key parent engagement activities at the school site. We have the typical back-to-school nights, the typical open house, but we've added, and parent conferences, those are very typical. But we also have at the elementary sites, we have family picnics. At the middle school site, we have very active parent involvement during the lunchtime in activities. And then at the high school site, we have booster clubs in which parents are involved in all the sports booster clubs in supporting their children and students in extracurricular activities. The one area that in the next slide is related to seeking input for decision making. And this is an area where we are full implementation, but we strive to increase parent input from underrepresented families. And so the next goal is that 79% of our parents report that schools actively seek parent input, and would like to increase that to over 90%. And that is increasing our underrepresented parents in our parent group activities and parent meetings. Our next priority is school climate. Again, this data is procured from the California Healthy Kids Survey. We survey 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students. And we are pleased to report that over 90% of our students believe that they're connected to school, they're motivated to do well academically, and that they believe that school is safe. The lower scores are in 7th grade, but again, we're pretty close to 90% and higher. In the next slide, we've identified what actions that we will implement for continuous improvement at the middle school to increase students' perception of safety, school connectedness, and academic motivation. We implement the positive behavior intervention strategies. We have a social skills curriculum. We have assemblies for student recognition. We provide early release time for teacher collaboration to monitor student progress and to adjust their instructional practices. We've extended our learning opportunities after school. Our next priority is access to a broad course of curriculum, and all of our students, it's the next priority. Thank you. All of our students have access to and are enrolled in courses that they choose to be enrolled in. Broad course of study. We have no differences across our students or our school sites. So that completes the 7 priorities and the local indicators for Carpinteria Unified with data from 24-25.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on the indicators presentation? Okay, and at this time. Okay, we are going to move to E5, which is the LCAP presentation, first reading. And it'll get presented and we'll be asked to vote at the June 16th meeting on this.
Thank you. So I'm going to do our presentation, and then we will have a public hearing, and then on the 16th, you'll vote on it. Okay. And I want to remind you that this was a 3-year plan that we developed to increase student achievement, and I reported on 2 years ago data, and the data that I'm reporting on, again, is a year old. And so we've outlined specific student goals, and we've identified the actions related to those goals, and then I'll report the data from June 25, because we're a year behind, and the progress towards our baseline data. So we'll start with Goal 1, which is increasing, of course, student learning, increasing student performance in the academic areas, specifically language arts and math and science. And these are the actions that were in place to increase student learning. So you'll see that we have small class sizes across the board. We have a DLI program both in elementary and middle school. We have Tier 2 reading intervention at elementary. We have small group instruction, explicit phonics instruction. We have designated ELD instruction. We have our professional learning communities that meet every week to monitor the progress of student assessment and student learning, and to analyze the student data, and then to make changes in the instruction to increase that student learning. Also, to develop intervention plans for the reading intervention teachers. Our grade level teams are making those decisions. And then we also provide weekly bridge unit assessments in math. And then our PLCs, which are our grade level teams, are analyzing that data, determining the intervention groups, and providing intervention on a weekly basis in math. We have extended learning opportunities, and we've had professional development in explicitly phonics instruction, explicit phonics instruction. At the middle school, we also have small class sizes, DLI program. We have performance-based grouping. We have before school reading intervention that we provide with our before and after school funds. So this year we had more than 20 students participate on a 3 times a week basis with a certificated teacher in reading intervention. We also have after-school targeted tutoring in the content areas. They, again, was funded by after-school programming, so teachers receive their daily rates to provide targeted tutoring, and students are identified every week who needs tutoring. Students who are receiving low grades in their coursework then are recommended for the tutoring sessions. We have instructional coaching for teachers provided by the principal and assistant principal, designated ELD instruction. We have an ELD teacher at the school site working with our EL 1s and 2 students. Our teachers are released every week to work in their departments to analyze their student assessments and determine who needs intervention, to encourage those students to participate in after-school tutoring for intervention or the before-school reading intervention. And then this year we had professional development in artificial intelligence tools that were effective in the classrooms. And then at the high school, we have, again, small class sizes. The PLCs at the high school meet monthly to analyze student academic progress. They have a student success center identified that helps students who need credit recovery or need support in any of their academic areas. The high school has also scheduled an advisory period that provides tutoring for students who are struggling in their content areas. And then the professional development was also provided in artificial intelligence tools for use in the classroom. Again,
Sorry.
yes.
Would you rather we ask questions as we go or hold till the end?
No, you can ask questions as we go. Yeah.
So when did we start the before-school reading intervention and the after-school targeted tutoring?
For middle school?
Yeah, for
At
middle
the beginning
school.
of this school year.
This school year?
Yes.
Okay. And tutoring, the after-school targeted tutoring would be for all subjects?
I believe it was math, English, and science this year.
Okay, so the core.
The core.
Okay, math, English, science. Okay. And then the before school, that's just reading intervention?
Just reading intervention, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Excuse me, we assessed all the incoming 6th graders.
Yeah.
And any 6th grader who was reading below a 4th grade level, 4th grader below, was recommended to be in the before school reading intervention.
Okay. So the incoming 6th graders get assessed, get referred to that. What about 7th, 8th graders?
They were referred for their academic tutoring in English language arts and math and science for the after school.
Okay, so 7th and 8th grade went to the after school, 6th grade went to the before school.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeanette?
My question was about the instructional coaching for teachers by, I guess, the principal and assistant principal. Is that part of the minimum day professional development, or is that if a teacher reaches out? Is it generalized across? I just want to learn a little bit more about that.
Sure. So both the principal and the assistant principal are in classrooms on a daily basis, and they provide on-spot coaching, or they provide it to the teacher, meet with the teacher after school, or are constantly providing feedback on how they can better assist students who are struggling in their classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so I want to remind everybody that this is 2025 data. It's not this year, it's last year's data. And I want to remind everybody that last year at middle school, we had 2 long-term subs in language arts and math, and our students in the middle school at 8th grade showed a significant decline in their performance on the statewide assessments related to the long-term substitute situation. Okay, so we're looking at the current difference from baseline. So the target for year 3, that's our goal for June 2027. We're monitoring, at this point, we're monitoring the progress towards that goal. And you'll see that we've highlighted the progress that we've made for the progress we've made in the statewide assessments in English language arts and math for all of our students and for the disaggregated group of students. So you'll see that we've bolded in red the progress of 5th grade and 11th grade increased their performance in English language arts, and then English learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities all showed growth. And the gap between white and Hispanic students as well were decreased. So that's the statewide assessment. And then another assessment that we use is the third grade star reading. And every year, our elementary students are evaluated in star reading on a semester basis. At the end of the year, we expect third grade students to be at and above grade level, so that would show that they're at 3.9 months, and our students increased a 0.02%. If you look, this is our star reading. And what is at grade level is, if you look, let's look at Aliso, and it says kindergarten. And that should read for early literacy. If that was on grade level, that would be 0.9. And early literacy Spanish would be 1.9. So you can see that the classrooms were below grade level in May. In first grade, you'll see that they're above grade level in reading and early lit Spanish, because it's 1.9 is what you want at 1.9 or above. And you'll see that their reading Spanish is above grade level because they're being taught DLI. 50% are in DLI, 50% are in English reading, and the English reading students are not quite at grade level yet. And this is this year's scores. This is from May this year. At Catalino, you'll see that early literacy is not at grade level for kindergarten. Early literacy Spanish is closer at 1.8. And then as you look at the grade levels, you will see that they're all at grade level, except for reading Spanish, fourth grade, it's 4.6, it should be 4.9.
I know we talked about this at another meeting, but we think, was the theory that kids are coming into kindergarten, many in this community, without having any prior schooling, like no, like preschool, and skipping TK and then coming straight in and are kind of under the level.
Actually, that was not accurate for this past school year. No.
Okay.
No.
Because it looks like we're covering ground, or as the years go on, it's getting better.
That's our expectation. It's value added. Yes. The next area is in mathematics. And you'll see again, we've highlighted where the progress is made towards the third year goal. And we saw increases of percentage of students at and above grade level and or performing proficiently, and that's 5th and 11th grade, 5th grade for English learners, 5th grade for economically disadvantaged, 5th and 11th, and then students with disabilities is 5th grade. And then we look at the STAR Math for 5th grade, for everyone, all grades, STAR Math. And again, it should be 1.9. So you'll see that in Aliso, most of the classes are there except for 1st grade and 4th grade. At Catalino, all the classes are there except for DLI 3rd grade. And then at Summerland, it should be 2nd grade should be 2.9. They're a little bit behind. Our next set of goals are related to serving our English language learners, and our goal is to decrease the percentage of English language learners, especially our long-term English learners. So I'm pleased to report that we decreased our long-term English learners by 6.7%. So currently in our district, 4.8% of our English learners are long-term English learners. And then only 13.2% of students are classified as English learners. Our next area of evaluation was around student grades, and we evaluate the percent of students both at the middle school and high school and the secondary schools. We evaluate their GPAs, and our goal is to have at least 70% of our students earning a GPA of 3.0 or higher. And both middle school and high school increase the percentage of students at and above a 3.0. So 70% of the middle school students earned a 3.0 or higher, and 77% of high school. The next metrics, the next page for metrics, we're still in goal 1, so yeah, right there, is that this is related to the local indicators that I just shared with you. And we've met our goal except for the teachers who are not appropriately assigned according to their credentials. And so we're at 86.4%, which was 24-25. This current school year, we've improved in that number, but it's not reported yet. So we have to report 24-25, and I explained the 8 teachers that were misassigned, and that's the 86.4. The other metrics, we met our goals. Okay, now we're moving on to Goal 2. And Goal 2 is related to parent participation in their child's education, as well as a positive school culture. So these are the activities or the actions that are implemented to improve positive school culture and also increase parent connections with the school sites. So at the elementary school, we monitor daily student attendance. We have mental health teams. We have counselors, psychologists, and mental health therapists at every site. We teach social emotional learning curriculum. We have school enrichment activities. We communicate with parents through Parent Square, teacher-parent conferences. We offer coffee with the principals every other month. We have parent group meetings, family activity nights, family picnics, and cultural celebrations. And you'll see that throughout both the middle school and high school as well. Our mental health teams are very active at the school sites. They are comprised of the principal, the school psychologist. We also have FSA counselors, and they meet on a weekly basis to discuss students who have social emotional challenges and concerns, and what services we're going to put in place at the school site, as well as what referrals we'll make to outside sources. We work really closely with a Carpinteria Children's Project that provides the Family Resource Center and supports families and students with intensive therapy. So the way we measure our school climate and parent participation is through the annual Healthy Kids Survey. And a metric that we use is school connectedness, academic motivation, high expectations, which I report in the local indicator. And you can see what the average is for our 7th, 9th, and 11th graders. And it meets our target because it's 90% or higher report that they're connected to school and they have high expectations and are motivated in the academic areas. They also believe school is safe, and that our parents reported that 68% have volunteered in a classroom or participated in a school activity. We'd like to see that a little bit higher, so we'll continue to provide activities, especially focused for underrepresented parents. Our next set of metrics are related to attendance and suspension and expulsion. So we want to increase our average daily attendance to 95% or higher, and we did show an increase of 0.3%. We also decreased our chronic absenteeism, so we decreased it by 2.7%. And although our suspension rate remained the same, we decreased our expulsion rate. Our third goal is related to students graduating from high school and making sure that they are, or ensuring that they'll be college and career ready. And the actions that we have in place is at the middle school, we offer computer science classes. We have an introductory CTE wheel. We provide AVID classes. At the high school, we're going to implement financial literacy. We have a CTA Pathways industry experience. We have industry certification. We have the classroom-hosted industry partnerships, which we call CHIP. We have a recognition program for CTE pathway completers. We align our SBCC courses with our CTE pathways. We have college parent workshops, field trips for students. We have AVID classes. We have the Student Success Center. We have dual enrollment classes. We have the early college program. We've now implemented the California College Guidance Initiative, and we have the CSU Early Admission Program. As a result, we've made good progress toward our 3-year goals. Although our graduation rate did go down in 24-25, that was because 2 students did not graduate. They were referred to adult ed. And then our readiness rates for college and career increased to 3.6%. So we showed a higher percentage last year for college and career prepared. Because our students increased their participation in dual enrollment, we saw a decrease in the number of graduates that meet the UC requirements because dual enrollment does not necessarily meet the UC CSU requirements, according to what the state identifies as a criteria for those requirements. We also saw a decrease in our students testing 3 or above on AP exams. And we had less students taking AP, and those students that were taking the AP exams, those particular exams are the ones in which fewer students are likely to receive a 3 or higher across the nation. And then, but we did see an increase in our enrollment in AP honors and dual enrollment, basically in dual enrollment classes, because we offered more dual enrollment, we had more dual enrollment students. So our expectation is that all students will graduate from high school and be college and career ready. And we are expecting 55% or more students will complete a CTE pathway. And we had only 35.3% completed, and that's because we were unable to offer that second welding course in 24-25. The good news is we have a second ag teacher this year, so we're able to include some welding units in the ag program this year in 25-26. We also did not, and this is for 25-26, we had less students enrolled, excuse me.
Sorry, the welding for 26-27 or 25-26?
No, 25-26, we had a welding unit.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yes, but for next year, there will be a welding class because we have a new ag teacher.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, where are we? We did not offer robotics this year, so for 25-26, we had less students enrolled in the CTE courses. And that will change for next school year. The good news is, or our highlight is that students who earned the state seal of biliteracy increased to 24.8% from 12.9%. So that's an 11.9% increase. So that's exciting. And then again, our dropout rate increased because we have 2 students that moved to adult ed in 24-25 out of the class of, I believe it was 153. Our next goal is related to facilities, and our expectation is that facilities are safe and well-maintained for students, staff, and families. And so in the elementary, middle school, and high school, we have similar actions in that we have clean and well-maintained facilities. We provide the appropriate technology, tools, and resources. We have school safety teams. We've implemented a standard response protocol. We have, at the middle school and high school, we have security personnel. Our K-8 schools are locked during the school day. We have enrichment activities at the elementary, and at the elementary, we have a Measure U project with rebuilding the Aliso TKK building. Most of our students and staff report that our schools are clean and well-maintained. We saw a slight decrease in parents, but we expect that everybody would respond on the Healthy Kids survey at a 90% rate or higher. And then we're pleased that our our Canalino Learning Center was completed in December of 2024. And more excitingly is that our Aliso TKK building has begun to be built. We've begun construction. And we expect it to be completed by April of next year. And then our last goal is related particularly to a group of students with disabilities. And our expectation is that students with special education needs will increase their performance on the statewide assessment, both in English language arts and math. And the particular actions that we put in place is that we increased our math formative assessments to collect data in terms of student progress in math, both in elementary, middle, and high school, and that we provided targeted support interventions with special education teachers. And we've increased their access to core curriculum, especially at the secondary level where students participate in regular math classes with support in which they are being taught by teachers with math credentials. And in all areas, we saw an increase of students with disabilities on their performance in English language arts on the CASP in 2024-25. We also saw an increase in the performance of special ed students on the CASP math. And then the last metric is the state requires that 70% or more of our special ed students will spend 80% or more of their day in a regular ed setting. And we saw that increase from 55% in 23-24 to 67.8% in this current school year.
In terms of the percentages for the students with disabilities, how many of our students, and you don't have to give me the exact number, but take the CASP or are able to take the CASP test? And this is then a proportion of the people who take it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, most of our special ed students take the CASP.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only our students who have extensive special ed needs that will take a alternative assessment.
Okay. Thank you.
And you'll recall that 17% of our regular student population have been identified as students with special needs in special education.
Okay, so just a couple things logistically. Most of this is from 24-25, but then throughout every couple boxes or so, it's sprinkled with 25-26, which kind of muddies kind of how I, at least for me, how I view it. Because if I'm trying to look at all of the data from that cohort specifically, and then we're getting data from the next cohort mixed in, it just kind of, it's not giving me the right picture of that 24-25 cohort and the data from that. So,
well, we agree about that.
Yeah.
But that's something you have to discuss with the state. That this is a state.
so they're the ones that want
Yes.
the 25-26 in the year two outcome
Yes.
mixed in with the 24-25.
Yes.
That's how it has to be reported.
Yes. The county tells us how to complete the LCAP, and they
Okay.
review it.
So we didn't like put in 25-26
No.
in place of 24-25.
No,
Okay.
we did not.
That's
No, there are
Okay.
very complex, strict requirements from the state and the county. And so before we present it to the board, the county reviews it and tells us, you can't put in the 24-25 data for that, you need to have the current data. Yes, I understand. We all agree, that's
Irving.
been, yes, that's our feedback as well.
okay. Sorry. I'm just going to go through one more time.
While you're looking.
Yeah, go
Jamie.
ahead.
I was just curious in terms of the number of AP classes offered at the high school. Is it staying steady, or are we seeing a decline with it being replaced with dual enrollment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you'll see, we will continue to increase the dual enrollment. That will, then the students will choose dual enrollment over the AP classes.
And do we have a concern that that will, maybe after several years of that and limiting AP classes, that that could affect acceptance into some of the universities?
Actually, it'll be the opposite. Because we offer more dual enrollment, we have higher acceptance rates
Okay.
for students in universities.
So even like the UCs will take, because I know I saw recently that some of the UC stuff that for Aubrey, for instance, as a sophomore, as we're picking her junior year schedule, not all of it transfers.
What doesn't transfer?
Not all of like,
Not understanding.
not all of the dual enrollment stuff transfers in terms of college credit for her. And an AP might look better.
That's not been on the information that we've received from the colleges, so I will check on that.
Okay.
That's not the information that the high school operates under. They make their decisions based on what the UC and CSU system is sharing with them that for that particular year.
Okay.
So I'll have to check that out, because I don't have that.
Okay, yeah, I'm just something I'm interested in, want to keep an eye on.
So that's kind of in line with what I was going to ask on page 13 with the UCCSU requirements. You mentioned, though, that the number went from 55.8 to 54.2 of graduates meeting the requirements because we were doing more dual enrollment.
Maybe I misspoke then. What I wanted to say is there are some dual enrollment. I mean, I think it's the same. Is that there are some dual enrollment classes that do not meet A through G requirements.
Okay. So
So-
they don't meet the A through G. But they would still have those credits, those
Yeah, for
college,
college credit,
credits.
yes.
But they don't check the A through G
Right,
box.
and in order to meet this metric, you have to have it's the percentage in the A through G requirements, percent of students who are meeting the A through G requirements.
Okay. It's counterintuitive, just because it's like they're getting college credit,
Right.
But it doesn't
It doesn't go in an A through G
go in
bucket.
an A through G
Yes.
bucket.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know what I think would be helpful is if I can give you a specific example about what the courses are, because I don't have that. That's Mr. Corneo would be able to share that with us. So I'll ask him to give us that information so you'll know exactly what courses I'm talking about. Because that will be you'll better understand it if we know which courses. That'd be helpful. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's helpful for everyone.
Okay. Facilities are safe. The parents, let's see here. So goal 4, page 16. So this was from this current year, 25-26. Facilities are clean and well maintained. That number dipped for parents. Do we get? Remind me. Do we get any feedback as far other than just like satisfied, very satisfied, unsatisfied? Do we get like any comment or commentary on what it is that they felt was not well maintained, or what the specific maybe complaints are?
Yeah. So not directly related to the particular group that responded to this, but I just want to remind everybody is that we meet with parents on a regular basis, and over the year there's been concerns identified that we've addressed. So I don't feel that there's concerns that we aren't aware of.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. And this is first reading. We'll get another go at this
Yes, and next
week. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are now, anything else from you guys? Okay. I'm now going to open the public hearing. This is E6 for the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP 24-27. We're required by state law to hold a public hearing on the proposed Local Control Accountability Plan, and I will open the
Can you
public
take that? Yeah.
open the public hearing at this time.
Is it possible to keep that up so that when we refer to items in the presentation, we can actually see them?
You can grab a packet right there.
Oh, I can
instead
see
of them
here,
having to switch
but
through.
is it possible to leave that up so that the community in some way might be able to see the actual data as we refer to it instead
Yeah,
of?
please identify the page number, and Jason will be happy to.
Great, thank you. So let me know when to begin, please. Thank you. So both Ms. Rigby's first and second presentations are painful exercises in rhetoric, and she is counting on a few things. First, that she can talk the education speak to a degree that allows her to sound like she is competent where she is not. Second, that our board officials neither understand or will take the time to truly understand what all this verbiage actually means when Ms. Rigby's plans meet the teaching and learning environment. Third, that you will not be brave enough or humble enough to actually listen to the very educators who work directly with the students and families and who are charged with implementing these commitments on paper in the real world with the actual resources that exist. These presentations constitute Ms. Rigby's dream world, and an unrealistic dream world it is. If only we could measure student achievement by how flowery Ms. Rigby can spin the rhetoric herein, we would be producing the most successful student body in the state. But we don't measure them that way, and focusing on Ms. Rigby's commitments while utterly ignoring the outcomes and performance that she delivers will never move this district and its families forward. If we look at page 3, did you notice that the improvements are highlighted but the reductions are not? Did you notice that the cumulative data associated with increases and decreases is not an increase, consistently not an increase? Did you notice that the answer to your question, Ms. Alcaraz, asked was not the answer you were seeking? Instead, you were told that our expectation, that it is our expectation, quote, it is our expectation, because the outcomes do not meet the expectation. So she reiterated that it was our expectation. And Ms. Rigby's leadership is heavy on aspiration and very low on outcomes. And for our part, that our district employees, they are not inspired by Ms. Rigby's aspirations or unethical efforts to realize them. We predict this will be painfully obvious when reviewing the recent employee survey feedback on the superintendent's performance. But let's look at page 5 to get a feel for where the numbers are going. When examining the baselines in column 5, simple math will clarify that overall outcomes are dropping, not rising. Of course, if you focus on only the red numbers, you wouldn't realize that, but when you take a look at all the data, not designed to catch your eyes, you'll see the actual trends. On page 5, it's just a 1% overall decrease in the baseline numbers, and that is after CUSD throughout 2 categories. But let's go to page 7. When examining the baseline column 5, simple math will clarify that overall outcomes are dropping here as well, not rising. Here, an 11% overall decrease in baseline numbers for Goal 1 metrics exists with a decrease in 4 of 6 categories. But let's go on to page 13. When examining a baseline column 5 on this slide 13 with Goal 3, there is a 22% overall decrease in the baseline.
Excuse me, Mr. Hotchner, your time.
Well, we could go on for a long time. I think you get the theme, though, and I imagine anybody listening and paying attention will.
So your time
thank
is
you.
up. And while I comment is, while I appreciate the way and what you said is absolutely your right to say it that way, it would have been really helpful if you could have given me something solid, like an actual, beside the, stop, excuse me, I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm letting you know that it would have been more helpful for you to actually give something concrete, actionable, something that you think could have been done differently. And excuse me, please stop speaking from the back of the room. This is not a conversation. Please stop speaking from the back of the room. You're being warned now. You're speaking out of turn. I'm trying to explain to you that no, this is not a back and forth. This is not a conversation. This is not a conversation. You had your time, and now I get to make my comments. And if you would listen and receive it, you would understand that I'm actually trying to get I was trying to get information from you or help me help you, other than throwing insults, which again is your absolute right to do, and I'm not debating that. What I'm saying is, if you had given me some more content to your comments, that would have been more helpful and constructive. Thank you, and that is it. Mr. Rogelio, Mr. Delgado, please.
Thank you, Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. I've been listening, I've been reading the statistics, and I think that the goals for students should be higher. Because let's say that if you expect at any school a GPA of 3.0, then that's the highest that the goal that you have. I think that it should be for all students an achievement of greater than 3.0, so that the end result could be at 3.0. Otherwise, if you say, well, the goal is 3.0, you may not get it. You may get a 2.7. And that's why I think that you should aim higher at every of your goals. For example, expectations, none. Graduation expectations, 100%. GPA, higher expectations. And that's for teachers, for students, always aim higher. Otherwise, if you aim at, for example, any athlete should aim at a record. Otherwise, they won't. That's why they practice and practice every day to achieve that higher goal. And I was thinking that, I don't know if members of the community, for example, myself, if I can go, let's say, to in school and be there at math, English, or whatever subject, let's say, for 20 minutes. Because if I go only for if I'm allowed to go in there for 5 minutes, I don't grasp anything of how the students react to the whatever they're being taught. And for example, let's say I could go to every school, two classrooms for, let's say, 15, 20 minutes, and then get a real idea of those goals, how if they can be achieved, or some suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Sorry. So the point you raised of why not have the goal for the GPA be 4.0, right? And I feel like that's something I had asked maybe my first or second round of LCAP as a board member. And I'm trying to remember what the answer was, but I remember having a similar question. The goals that are set for achievement in here, who is setting those? Is that, again, through the county or the state, or is that us setting those goals?
It's the leadership team based on where the students are currently performing. And if you have only 70% achieving a 3.0 or higher, it's unrealistic to expect 70% to have a 4.0.
Okay. So
unrealistic.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to touch base on something that you guys were discussing earlier about parent feedback on the facilities. One of the members mentioned earlier tonight the play structure at Aliso, and I know you guys mentioned that you guys were going to be talking about it later in the meeting. It looks like later in the meeting you're talking about the wood chips. I don't know if there's more to it that you will be discussing. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I think the primary concern at Aliso is the bridge is literally hanging. and there's caution tape around it. So I just wanted to bring up, it's not the wood chips that the parents, and that could be, when you're asking amongst yourselves, like, what's the parent feedback on the facilities? I just wanted to point that out, that would be a parent feedback on the facilities.
So the item, sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
No,
Okay,
please.
the next item, number 5, is the demolition of the play structure.
That's at the main school.
So it's at
Maine.
I'm sorry, I misread that.
Yeah, so I just
I
wanted.
thought that was, when I heard that, I was like, oh, sorry, I cross-referenced it. Okay.
Thank you so much.
right.
And we're very well aware of the play structures, both at Aliso and Catalino. And you can let everyone know that that's on our list, our facilities list. It's number 1, and we're working on a way to replace them. So yes, that is a concern of ours.
Okay, thank you. I just
Thank
wanted to make sure
Yep.
that you're aware.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I heard her comment and I cross-referenced with what I saw there. Yep, thanks.
I want to mention that we did do a school site meeting
Yeah,
or review
tour.
with the board and that was something we spent some time out there. And then we'll all as a board be at Aliso tomorrow for the graduation. So I know we'll all be interested to look at some of the concerns that your other parent raised as well in terms of the parking situation and traffic. So I just want to make sure you are heard on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but was there anything further you wanted to add to that? Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, and I'm now going to close the hearing. Okay, and we are now going to move on to E7, the proposed budget presentation, first reading for 26-27. Assistant Superintendent for Business Services, Jason Caff, will present the first reading of the 26-27 proposed budget. The board will be asked to vote on this item at the June 16 board meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So as was just stated, tonight we'll be looking at the 26-27 proposed budget. A lot of the slides in here are very similar to the slides we've seen in the past 2 board meetings. So with that, I will go ahead and get started. This is page 2, district goals. This is the same slide we've seen for the past couple of meetings, so I'm just going to skip past this one and go to slide 3 entitled Core Budgeting Principles. On this slide here, I just want to highlight at the bottom there, you'll see BP 3100, which has to do with our minimum fund balance, in which it provides that BP indicates that it's the board's intention to have at least a 10% balance. And I know I've mentioned it before, but I do once again want to reiterate that the average statewide reserve fund balance is about 20%. And ours, and our goal, our intention is to get ours to about 10, but the statewide average is about 20. This next slide here, slide 4, entitled The Budget Timelines and Major Milestones. We've looked at this a couple times before. Now we're on the far right-hand side. As you'll notice, we're at the June 9th part. And for tonight, this is the public hearing on the budget. And once again, below that, you'll see June 16th. So this budget will be back before you next week on June 16th for budget adoption. If I flip to the next slide entitled 2026-27, Governors May Revise. Once again, this slide is fairly similar to what we've seen the past 2 meetings. However, there is one difference I want to highlight. On the top right-hand side, you'll see a new column entitled LCFF Super Cola. This right here is new, and it comes to us from the Governors May Revise. Like was mentioned earlier, certain districts, or basically LCFF districts, get the Super Cola. So as was mentioned, we are a basic aid or community funded district, and we do not receive LCFF Super Cola, so we will not be receiving this funding. But nonetheless, part of the rationale for this 4.31% in Super Cola is so that LCFF districts can implement the new 14-week paid pregnancy disability leave. So while those districts get the benefit of this additional Super Cola to help fund that new requirement, us being basic aid, we do not, and so we will have to fund that new requirement basically out of our general fund.
So on that, because the law that went into place for the 14-week
correct
maternity leave is on such a short runway, my understanding is this was the only mechanism that the state found to be able to provide that funding. But I believe I was on a call with CSBA, and their legislative group was talking about working towards, and I don't know, again, a lot of times these things never really get to basic aid districts, unfortunately, the funding, but the hope moving forward is that it would turn into like a reimbursement account so that districts could seek reimbursement. It would no longer, the LCF, the Super COLA is clearly, it's not intended going forward. It's a one-time thing because they didn't know how else to do it. But I'm hoping that if they go to a type of a reimbursement account type option, we would qualify for that.
Yes,
is
that would
the
be
hope.
great.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll advance to the next slide, slide 6. Sample cost to district for positions. I haven't made any changes to this slide, but basically, once again, this just identifies a couple positions as a sample. It identifies how many days they work, the salary, and the statutory benefits and health and welfare benefits that go along with those positions. So the board is aware of, for example, a total cost of a position. So, for example, if we have a teacher at $75,000, their statutory benefits of about $16,000. There's a health and welfare costs of about $26,000, so we add those all together, and the cost to the district is about $118,000, which is different than when people think of, oh, the teacher's salary at just $75,000. That position costs the district about $116,000. So I just wanted to just, once again, just kind of reiterate that fairly quickly. On the next slide here, this one is entitled History of Property Taxes. This is the same slide we've seen for the past couple of meetings. There have been no changes to this slide. As you'll notice at the bottom, we are still projecting 4% property tax increases for the out years. If and when we receive new information that changes, I will update this and we'll bring this back to the board so you're aware of any changes that we receive from the Santa Barbara County Office of Education. This next slide here, entitled History of Cost of Living Increases, is also the same we've seen the past couple of meetings. So you'll see a history of the salary increases. Just once again, I want to highlight at the far right, you'll see the column for 26-27, that's TBD. And that's TBD because obviously we haven't settled for 26-27. So that's the reason it's there, and that's the reason there's a star there. But I do want to reiterate that a 1% salary increase, as you note there in this right next to the star, a 1% salary increase equates to about a $200,000 cost to the district. This next slide is basically the same that we've seen the past couple meetings as well. And once again, I just want to bring your attention to the top right where it has the different plans in 25-26 and their costs. And this is per person, by the way, and what those same plans are going to cost the district per person for 26-27. So just in general, when we compare 25-26 to 26-27, that movement, that cost for those two plans for everybody who is taking health insurance, that cost increase is about $501,000 for the entire district. So I do want to share with the board that by the CBA that we're governed with, the district picks up that entire cost without reaching out to various employees to provide a contribution. So basically, this new cost is being borne entirely by the school district. On the next slide here, entitled 5-Year Financial History, Unrestricted General Fund, we can see the history going back to 22-23 and out to our new budget year 26-27. So I just wanted to bring your attention to the second from the last column there, entitled Estimated Actuals 25-26. And you'll see there our starting fund balance, our revenues, expenditures. We have the transfers in of the $4.2 million. I know we've talked about a few times. And so what we're projecting for this year, 25-26, is an increase to the fund balance of about $1.5 million, which will bring our ending fund balance to about $3.6 million for this year. So this year, we're projecting a reserve of about 7.7%. And so what will happen is that $3.6 million that we ended with this year will become the beginning balance for next year. And then you can see there, I have budgeted our revenues, expenses, increase the fund balance. So in the far right-hand column for next year, 26-27, we're projecting an increase to the fund balance of about $2.4 million, which will bring our ending fund balance for next year to about $6 million, which equates to about a 14% reserve. And once again, since we're talking about 26-27 and we're projecting a 14% reserve, just wanted to throw out my standard caveat in that, that number will change once the salary increases are negotiated for 25-26.
Jason, sorry, just to be
Oh,
clear,
please.
the budget does include any step increases, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it includes step and column increases for everybody that, that position would require movement.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And then, sorry, a slide back to page 9. Sorry. Or 2 slides back. At the bottom, you have the district contribution this year to health and welfare, and you show the percentage of participation on the right. On the left, is that, is it saying of the 201 full-time employees, 100% participate and 48% of the 66, or is 66 48% of those 6-hour employees?
Yeah, so it's saying of the 66 people for the 6-hour employees,
8% participate.
yes.
Okay, so 66 is the total number of employees. Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was saying 66 is 48% of, okay, thank you.
Sure. Back to, I think it was at slide 11. We're advancing to slide 11. This slide is entitled the 5-year financial history with current year. Basically, this slide involves special education. I guess I'll start off with 25-26, which is the second from the last column there. For this year, we were projecting revenues of about 2.3, expenses of about 7.9, which would require the general fund to do a contribution of about $5.6 million to special education. Now, once again, this is for 25-26. Now, the good news is I think that was mentioned earlier, for 26-27, we're seeing an increase in SPED revenues. So that's the reason that you'll see the SPED revenues up around $3 million. And the expenditures have changed a little bit, but not too much. But on the flip side of that, which is due to the fact that our revenues are increasing, you'll see that we're projecting our general fund contribution to decrease. So for this year, for example, we're expecting the contribution to be around $5.6 million. But due to the fact that we're going to receive more special education money next year, that's going to reduce our contribution. And that's why you're seeing a projected contribution of about $4.9 million for next year. Also, I will highlight that percentage you see there, 62%, that's the general fund contribution to expenditures. The average statewide percentage is about 68. Also, I think it's important just to share with the board that the statewide SPED enrollment percentage is about 15. However, ours is about 17%. So we're about 2% higher than the statewide average.
So all my harassing of Assemblymember Hart and Lamone over the years to get more SPED funding from the state is finally paying off. So, and community members who have been doing that, please continue to do so. I don't know if this has anything to do with it or not, but I'd like to think it does because it makes a difference. Thank you.
I'll advance to the next slide, which is just a pie chart of the different revenue streams that we have for the district, which are represented there in the bottom left-hand corner, and it's represented in the pie chart itself. As you can see, by far the majority of our revenue comes, or 81% of it, comes basically from property taxes. I'll advance to the next slide. And this slide here is a pie chart, but this one is looking at our expenses or our different expenditure categories for 26-27. So one thing that I do want to highlight is in the bottom left, you'll see the different expense categories. And you'll see that there's $33.4 million for salaries and benefits. And then 2 lines down, there's a line entitled Services and Operating. You'll notice that line we're projecting at about $8.1 million. Now, inside that $8.1 million, the district is budgeting expenses for staffing companies. As the board is aware, we have certain positions that are hard to find and can't be filled. And so the district has to employ staffing agencies to staff those positions. So basically, inside that $8.1 million is probably at least $1.7 million attributable to staffing costs that we're paying the staffing agencies so they can, have various positions come out to the district and fulfill services because we can't find those positions, or at least find the people to fill those positions because they're not readily available. So I just wanted to share that with the board.
And what types of positions are those?
Yeah, occupational therapists,
BCBAs?
yeah, BCBAs,
Speech
behavior
therapists,
technicians, speech and language.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nurse.
So mostly sped serving, but not exclusively,
Yes.
but majority. Okay.
Except for the nurse.
The nurses across, and speech therapy.
In terms of the budget, and this is a hard one, how do we currently budget for like the maternity leave, right? Because when a person takes leave, we would be paying them the 14 weeks and then we would be paying for the substitute teacher, right? So how is that something you historically have budgeted or can you budget?
Well, so what you're talking about for the 14-week paid pregnancy leave is new, so everybody's facing the same issue. But for sick leave, for example, what I've done in the past is I've kind of, looked at for example, for this year, I'd look at what our sick leave costs are for this year, and I kind of anticipate what they'll be for the next month or two, and that's what I'll budget. So what I did for this year is I took the sick leave costs, and due to the fact that we have this new requirement, I factored in another $100,000, which you'll see in a later slide, to kind of compensate for that additional requirement we have for the 14-week paid pregnancy leave.
Okay, so right now you have like a 100K buffer.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll wait till you get there
Oh,
later.
sure.
I'm still baking it.
Sure. So I think I was on slide 14. I'm entitled Unrestricted Revenue Budget Assumptions. So this slide it's a little bit more detailed than what we've seen the past two meetings. So we'll just kind of go over this quickly. So what we're doing here is we're starting with our 25-26 estimated actuals revenue, and we're factoring in revenue increases to get us to next year. So we have property tax increases of about $1.3 million. We have reduction in EPA of about negative $9,600. The reason that's negative because EPA is paid basically through ADA, and due to the fact that our ADA is decreasing, that's the reason you're seeing a slight reduction in the EPA due to decreased student enrollment, which translates to decreased ADA. The next one you'll see there is charter and loop property taxes, so that's $40,000. Mandate block grant, $3,000. An increase in the interest income of about $121,000, and the decrease in general fund contribution of about $528,000. So those differences equate to a change in the revenues of about $2 million. So for next year, we're projecting the unrestricted revenues to be about $30.5 million. This next slide here identifies the unrestricted expenditure budget drivers. And this has to do with expenses, obviously. So I'll just kind of read quickly down the different expense categories. So we have step and column increases of about $279,000. We have the increased certificated substitute budget for $100,000. That goes back to the question the board was asking earlier about how we're going to deal with this issue. This is $100,000 I'm factoring in to deal with that increased cost. Right there, the $100,000. We have the health and welfare benefit increases we've talked about before, $551,000. STIRS and PERS benefit increases, $57,000. Material supplies increases, about $75,000. We have a new budget line for the judgment obligation bonds for the debt service for 26-27. That's about $181,000. Services and other operating, $43,000. And we're projecting some costs related to the trans for 26-27, about $338,000. So in total, that totals about $1.6 million in budget drivers for next year. On this next slide, this is basically the same slide we've seen a couple times before as well, entitled Unrestricted Budget Reductions. So these are expenses that we had in the 25-26 budget, but we are not going to have in the 26-27. And as you can see, and we've gone over a couple times before, we are reducing the budget due to the AB 218 claims and the legal services as well, to the tune of about $4.5 million. I advance to the next slide, slide 17. And on the slide here, what we're taking our 25-26 expenditures from this year, and we're factoring in what the additional expenditures will be for next year and what budget reductions we have as far as expenditures. So you can see at second interim, we were about $31 million. For next year, we're expecting an increase of about 1.6, but we're backing out the $4.5 million of expenses we are not going to have next year. So that gives us a total change in expenditures to the tune of about $2.9 million to the negative, which is good because we're reducing our expenditures. So for next year, the unrestricted expenditures, we're projecting to come in at about $28.1 million. Now this next slide here kind of brings it all together from the past 4 or 5 slides. And so we're starting out with where we are projecting we're going to end this year at the top right there. So that $3.6 million, that's where we're projecting we're going to end this year. So what we're doing is that 3.6 becomes our beginning balance for next year. So we're taking that 3.6, we're adding in the 26-27 revenue of about $30.5 million. Then we're subtracting the expenditures of about $28.1 million, which nets out. So we're expecting a net increase to the 26-27 budget of about $2.4 million. And of course, that 2.4 gets added to our beginning fund balance. So based on these projections, we are projected to end the 26-27 year with an unrestricted ending fund balance of about $6 million, which equates to about a 14% reserve percentage.
But it doesn't include the salary increases.
Correct.
So we're not
Thank
going to
you.
end the year with 14.06%. That's going to change.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, once we settle 26-27, that percentage will change because our expenditures will increase and that percentage will drop. Thank you. So in this slide here, we have the general fund as a whole, just kind of represented in its two different columns. So as I've mentioned before, there's 2 different sides to the general fund. The first side is entitled unrestricted, and you'll see the different revenues and expenditure categories for that. So for 26-27, if we just go down to the line entitled ending balance for next year, as I mentioned, we're projecting an ending fund balance on the unrestricted side of about $6 million. The column next to it is restricted. So in the restricted column, we track all of the funding sources that are restricted, because not all funding sources are alike in the sense that certain funding sources have requirements regarding how you can spend the money. So, for example, Title I has certain funding restrictions, so that's on the restricted side. Title II is restricted, so that's on the restricted side as well. Special education, those funds can only be used for special ed, so those are also tracked on the restricted side of the budget. So the two are different in regards to what you can use the money for. So on the restricted side, we're projecting to end the year at about $1.7 million. So in total for next year, for the entire general fund, we're projecting an ending fund balance of about 7.8. But in that 7.8, only $6 million of that is attributable to the unrestricted general fund. Now, just to share with the board where our reserve sits, if you look down on the first column entitled restricted, go kind of to the very bottom, you'll see that $6 million figure. Then if you go to the components of ending balance, you'll see that for 26-27, the 3% reserve is that $1.2 million that you see there. So that $1.2 million is inside the $6 million. And so the difference of $6 million minus our reserve is that undesignated $4.7 million that the board sees there. So our reserve only sits on the unrestricted side of the budget in the ending fund balance. And once again, if we go to the bottom right of the corner of that slide, you'll see that we're projecting a 14% reserve. Once again, that does not include salary increases. Once negotiations have concluded, that reserve percentage will decrease. And the last slide here is entitled the multi-year projection. As I mentioned before, all public school districts are required to do this multi-year projection because you have to project out your revenues and expenditures for 3 years using the best information that you have to see where the district is heading financially. So the first column is highlighted in blue there, 25-26. So that's our estimated actuals for this year. And just to kind of look at the reserve percentages by year. So for 25-26, we're projecting a reserve. So we're projecting to end this year with about a 7.7% reserve. For next year, 26-27, as we've just gone over in the other previous slides, we're projecting a reserve of about 14%. 27-28, we're projecting a reserve of about 18.4. And the last year there, 28-29, we're projecting a reserve of about 22.5. Once again, you'll note that there are stars next to each of those ending fund balances and reserves, because once again, those reserves do not take into account any salary increases from negotiations. Once that happens, those numbers will change. Basically, they will decrease. So that concludes what I have for the board for the 26-27 budget presentation. And I'd like to open it up to the board and see if you have any questions.
Jeanette or Aaron?
I think you answered my question as we went along, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, just kind of recapping. I don't want to miss something. Okay, so the $100,000, sorry, page 15, where you showed the $100,000 that you earmarked for the as kind of a savings account or a holding account, holding line, I should say, not account, but for the 14-week paid maternity leave.
Yes.
So, I mean, it could vary wildly from year to
It could.
year. We have no way of knowing, we have no way of knowing necessarily if people are going to utilize the full 14 weeks, how many people might in a year. There's no way of knowing any of those things. So I think starting with, we just need to pick a number to at least hold it aside and as a placeholder. And then would the idea be that each year we just hold that kind of as a line item there, just like that, and then refill it up to that
Right.
as it gets spent down each year, just re-up that to try and maintain that 100. If it doesn't get spent, then it stays there. But that's unless we need to reevaluate in a future year. If a couple years from now we're going through that very quickly or going over it for some reason, then reevaluate. But your recommendation is to go with that and have that kind of as a new line item.
Yes. And so as we start the next year, if we start using this 100,000 and it's not going to be enough, I'll bring it back to the board and explain to the board, well, we budgeted $100,000, but it turns out due to X factor, we're going to, which would be people going out because of this new requirement, we have to pay them. I would come back to the board and say, well, it looks like $100,000 isn't enough. We're projecting we'll need another, for example, 20,000 to make it through the end of the year. But given that it's brand new, we're not sure how it's going to flush itself out. Yeah, this is just kind of a placeholder to see how it works for next year.
We're trying to do something to plan for this. Don't know how that's going to work out. We'll see. And again, we could have a year where it doesn't get touched, and we could have a year where we go through it quickly. So, and it could be several years of that, and then again, nothing for several years. So that's kind of like throwing blind darts, I think, but got to go somewhere with it. And then, what was the other? I always kind of laugh on the last slide. Sorry. Every year I think I say this probably too, is the out years, like the 27, 28 and the 28, 29, how it balloons out. Because when you look back at what the actual reserves were from years past when it was similar, it's always, I shouldn't say always. Typically, it looks something like that, and then the actual ends up being significantly less. And so it's comical, but it also is encouraging. I try and look at it as encouraging, and as positive. Just knowing the reality ends up falling from that. But yeah, good job. Okay, thank you. We are now going to go to E8, public hearing on the 26-27 proposed budget for CUSD. We're required by state law to hold a public hearing on the proposed 26-27 budget, and I will now open the public hearing.
Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. Oh. All right, so in the past, the district has been getting 5% on property tax. Now, the projection for the coming years, 4%. The city yesterday reported that they're getting 5.6% this year, and the following year, 5.6%. Was just wondering. Yes, indeed. I see is the salary of 70,000 plus benefits amounts to 118 grand. But that's normal for every company, small or big. Someone who's making, let's say, $25 an hour, that's their salary. Of course, plus pensions, benefits, that 25,000 can be 40. So I think that the CSD expenses on salary and benefits, they're normal. Currently, we have a 7.7 reserves. Okay. Ups and downs, even with salary increases, benefits. 27 reserves, 14%. Yes, minus salaries and expenditures, let's say 7.7. We're okay. State mandates at least 3%. 2028 projection reserves 18.4%, minus salary and benefits. Let's say that it lives at that 7.7 again. 2029 projection reserves of 22.5%, minus salary and benefits. That could be a 10% reserve. So Mr. Gaff said, okay, we are going to have a reduction on a decline on legal services. So
thank you.
Everything, I think that looks good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so on page 13, fascinating. You covered the item in the graphic titled Services and Other Operating Expenses. For the community, that's shorthand for legal expenses. And coincidentally, you covered both the name in the graphic and the category and the dollar value in the graphic, which now suggests $8,107 in expenditures instead of $8 million. Again, the category that happens to be legal expenses, 19% of the district's budget. Might want to fix that. Let's go to page 6. This slide is terribly misleading. The majority of our 6-hour employees are not receiving district health care on the comparatively low wages they earn. Most cannot afford to pay the difference to cover the rest of the premium plan. Since the arrival of Superintendent Rigby, CUSD is strategically positioned to increase the number of classified part-time employees and minimize the number of classified full-time employees. It's not a coincidence that CUSD budgets and shares the classroom aides cost the district $19,801 in healthcare costs, which most do not even receive. The practice allows CUSD to apply dollars it knows it is not spending to slides like this and then kind of, basically mislead people. Let's look at page 9 if you doubt what I'm saying. The data on page 9 verifies that the majority of our 6-hour employees are not receiving district health care. Of the 5 part-time, 5-hour employees earning $15,000 plus towards healthcare benefits, only 40% have bought into the district healthcare plan. The district has kept the rest. It's approximately $46,000 that the employees had earned, but will never receive not one dime. Of the 66 part-time 6-hour employees earning $18,235 towards their health care benefits, only 48% have bought into the district health care plan. The district will keep the rest, approximately $656,000 of earnings that the employees will not receive. Never receive, not a dime. And this is intentional. The condition is intentional, and the misleading way of presenting the data associated with the condition is intentional as well. Let's look at page 8. This slide is also misleading. Mr. Caff chose to end the calculation associated with the average salary increases at 21-22. Had he included 2021 and 2019-20, he would have been forced to include 2 successive years of 0% salary increases. The addition of these years would have brought CUSD's average salary increases to 2%. And that is an average of a 2% increase in an economic environment where the cost of living has been increasing approximately 8 to 13% annually. And to be absolutely clear about how the district's reckless and ballooning legal expenses impact, you had asked me to be more precise, and then it's kind of comical that after 3 minutes you cut us off, and then when we sit down, tell us that we should be more precise. I wanted to make that point to show how laughable your last comment was.
You're out of order. Your time is up. I'm going to close the hearing. We're now going to move on to E9, Resolution 26-949, Candidate Statements of Qualifications, and Resolution 26-950, Order of Election Ordering Governing Board Member Election and Notice to Consolidate. The Board is asked to approve Resolution 26-949, Candidate Statement of Qualifications, and Resolution 26-950, Order of Election, Ordering Governing Board Member Election and Notice to Consolidate. The statewide consolidated general election will be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, to elect district governing board members to fill terms that will expire on December 15th, 2026. In accordance with Education Code 5340 and 5322, the governing boards of school districts must order the governing board election. Resolution number 26-949 and Resolution 26-950 fulfills these requirements and must be adopted by the Board of Trustees not less than 123 days prior to the date set for the election. The resolution orders the election of 3 members of the board. Any questions from the board? Okay. May I get a motion to approve Resolution 26-949 and 26-950?
I'll move to approve Resolution 26-949 and 26-950.
I will second.
This is any discussion? Roll call.
Jeanette?
Aye.
Jamie?
Aye.
And I am aye.
Okay. We're now moving on to F, board policies. If you'd like to make comment on any of the items under F, board policies, which would be F1 and 2, please step up to the podium at this time. Okay, seeing none. F1, Board Policy and Administrative Regulation, AR 6142.7, Physical Education and Activity Updated Second Reading. The Board is asked to approve the second reading and adopt revised BP and AR 6142.7, Physical Education and Activity. The updates align with current law and California Department of Education guidance, including provisions to ensure equitable access and participation for all students. Revisions incorporate requirements to provide accommodations during religious fasting, establish and annually review extreme weather protocols, and authorize an alternative term schedule for grades 6 through 12 physical education. The administrative regulation further defines extreme weather conditions, outlines components of an alternate term schedule, removes outdated language, and reflects SB 75 from 2019, extending uniform complaint procedures to physical education instructional minutes in grades 7 through 12. These updates ensure legal compliance and support safe and inclusive physical education programs. Questions from the board? May I get a motion to approve the second reading?
I'll move to approve the second reading.
I will second.
Okay. Any discussion on BP and AR 6142.7?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. F2, Board Policy 6146.1, High School Graduation Requirements, second reading. The board is asked to approve the second reading and adopt updated BP 6146.1, High School Graduation Requirements, reflecting recent state legislation, AB 714, SB 114, SB 141, and AB 821, and aligning district policy with current law and upcoming changes to graduation requirements. This update removes the previous regulation, AR 6146.1. The revisions reaffirm the board's commitment to preparing students for graduation and post-secondary success by outlining required coursework under Education Code 51225.3, while clarifying additional district-adopted requirements and available exemptions. Key updates include expanded guidance on exemptions, including those for highly mobile students, such as foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, former juvenile court students, military-connected students, migratory students, and newcomer program participants. Continued authorization for career technical education to satisfy visual performing arts or world language requirements, and clarification that the ethnic studies graduation requirement beginning in 2029-30 is contingent on state funding. The policy also establishes a standalone one-semester personal finance course requirement beginning in 2030 to 31, further clarifies the board's authority to adopt additional graduation requirements and corresponding exemptions. These changes will not affect students in the classes of 27, 28, or 29, who will continue to follow the current graduation requirements. Any questions from the board on BP 6146.1? May I get a motion to approve the second read? Approve and adopt the second reading.
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. We're now moving on to G, Educational Services. Please step to the podium if you'd like to make public comment on G. Okay, seeing none. G1, Lexia Letters Professional Development. The board is asked to approve the professional development Lexia Letters. Letters is professional development for elementary teachers in the science of reading to improve literacy instruction and student reading proficiency. This course incorporates reading research conducted in neuroscience, cognitive development, psychology, and linguistics so that teachers have solid evidence on how to teach reading to all students. Currently, less than 47.5 CUSD students perform at grade level on the statewide assessment, CASP in English Language Arts, and our goal is to increase student proficiency in reading. Current consideration, CUSD will offer voluntary letters, PD, professional development, to elementary teachers, K through 3, for 4 days in 26-27 on the 2 paid professional development days, August 17th and October 12th, and 2 off-contract and 2 off-contract days paid at the daily rate, January 6th and June 10th. Additionally, online homework requires an additional 4 off-contract work days paid at daily rate contingent upon passing Units 4 post-test with 80% or higher certificate of mastery. This will be repeated in Year 2 for 27-28. Lexia cost of $97,376.62 for 2 years. Off-contract paid time, 8 days for 30 teachers for 2 years, $109,680. Total cost for 2 years, $207,056.67, paid by allocation for Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant 2025-26, 26-27. Questions from the board?
It says June 10th. Does that mean it's tomorrow?
No, this is the following year.
Oh, next year?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll
Yes.
start for this coming school year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. May I get a motion to approve Lexia Letters Professional Development?
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
Discussion? I think this is great.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for this, and that we're getting buy-in from teachers, so they're getting paid, and they're, I believe we have teachers that have already said yes, and we've already identified them, and
I have more teachers than I have slots. So that's
Great.
exciting. And we've been talking about this in Elementary Curriculum Council for the past 2 years, waiting for the funding. So I'm really excited that we had such a great response. So if a teacher starts it and decides it's not a match, then we have other teachers who will participate.
Great.
So.
and they can come in mid.
Well, we're making arrangements so that can happen, so they can work offline, an asynchronous catch-up.
Oh.
So yes, I'm working with letters to make that work for everybody.
Great. Okay.
It's exciting.
Yeah. All in favor? Aye. Okay. H, Business Operations Facilities, public comment at this time.
Thank you. Rogelio Delgado, Carpinteria resident. How much time do we have for public comment?
It's 3 minutes, and your 3 minutes already began.
Okay, no, that's fine. The question that I'm asking this is that I've been noticing that the buzzer sounds at that 2 minutes and 54 seconds, just like last comment. And you ordered Jay Hochner to sit down. I was watching the screen. You can watch on the YouTube rerun. So that's a Brown Act violation. We should have 3 minutes. Yeah. You can watch it on YouTube right after the meeting or whenever it's available. The buzzer sounded at that 2 minutes and 54 seconds for sure. You can check it. That's a Brown Act violation.
May I respond?
I don't want to just continue.
I saw it.
I want him to continue with his public comment.
I saw it. You can double check it, triple check it on YouTube. All right. So that's that. So how much time do I have? Oh, you see, that's fine. I'll be done within a minute. All right. So I'm just gonna concentrate on donations, and I think every individual donation, every business donation, and every month, people, organizations contribute to CUSD. That's excellent because in 10 years I haven't seen an agenda without a donation. That's good. That's very good. Question I have is that whether donations are accepted only by check. Can you, for example, take a debit card or a credit card? Or is it just by a physical check? Because, for example, I haven't written a check in a decade. And basically, most people actually just use a debit card everywhere. And so that's another question that I had, because that could open up even more donation. Remember, can you imagine former students? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll address the first part, and I wanted to give him his full time and not interrupt him. So the timer gets started as soon as the person starts talking. The official timer is the timer that Monica is holding up right there, that counts the 3 minutes. I have no control over that timer. It's the city's timer. So if there is an issue with the city's timer, then we need to then I would recommend you take that up with the city. I don't know.
I'm sorry. This is our timer.
That's our timer? It's not the city's timer. Oh, I thought that was the city's.
This is the city's.
Okay.
This is ours, but I set up to 3 minutes. I just click start as soon as they start on the podium.
Okay. Okay, so it's set for 3 minutes every time. Yes. And she hits start, and I think it would, yeah.
Right back at 1 and it's 3 again.
Okay. Thank you. So, but that's not attached to the timer here. That's whenever the person that's running the AV, the timer on the TV is not linked, is not an official timer. The timer on that the AV people use is not an official timer. That's the official timer, which is 3 minutes. So they may be starting it a couple seconds after he starts. I don't know. I have no control over that. And that's the only thing we have control over, which is set for 3 minutes every time. Beyond that, I will look into it, but I'm trying to explain that this is not something nefarious. It's a 3 minute timer, and it's the same 3 minutes for everybody that's talked. And so it's not linked to what you see on the TV. It is not linked. I don't know what to tell you beyond that. It's not linked, so that timer is not show on the TV, and that is not I'm not, sir. Okay, thank you. So, and then as far as donations, other forms of donations, so cash and check, I don't believe the district takes credit cards, but I know that CEF and several of the other organizations around town do accept electronic payments of all sorts for donations. Boosters Club, I think, might take boosters. The parent groups do. They all take Venmo now, the parent groups. But the district is old school. So maybe that's something, I don't know. We're looking at credit card fees and all kinds of other stuff. But I don't know. Maybe that's something we can look to explore as another way of accepting donations. That wouldn't be a bad thing. So thank you for the suggestion. Any further comments on H? Okay.
I just had a comment on the tree trimming. First off, our campuses are beautiful.
Hang on, we're not there yet.
Oh, sorry. I thought.
Well, you'll get your chance to speak on that specifically. Okay, so H1 warrants. The board is asked to approve the warrants for a period of 5/8/26 through 6/4/26 in the amount of $1,243,747.04. Warrants are issued once a week on Thursdays. The report format shows check number, check date, payee, brief account description, payment comment, and check amount. Any questions from the board on the warrants? Just to, I guess it goes into what Mr. Caff showed on our expenses of services that we get, the staffing of the 1.7. I noticed just in therapy services, there was $107,000 in therapy services. And so I'm connecting the dots there. Okay, thank you. May I get a motion to approve H1 warrants?
I'll move to approve the warrants.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
H2, gifts, grants, donations. I'm going to read them all and we'll do it in one motion. 2A, a donation from Anders and Karen Peterson to Carpinteria High School Science Club. We're being asked to accept this donation of $150 to CUSD, to the High School Science Club for their Channel Islands field trip that they just took. Thank you so much to the Petersons. I know the kids had an amazing time. 2B, donation from Giovanni's Pizza to Carpinteria High School FFA. The board is asked to accept the donation from Giovanni's of $490 to CHS FFA Club. Thank you, Giovanni's. That was a fundraiser that the town could go and buy pizza that night, and they gave a percentage of the proceeds back. So thank you so much, Giovanni's. 2C, a donation from JW Photography to Canalino Elementary. The board is asked to accept the donation of $100 to Canalino. Thank you, JW Photography. They've done that year after year and really appreciate that support. 2D, instructional strategy team member grant donation from the Santa Barbara County Office of Education to Canalino teacher Ann Flores. The board is asked to accept the instructional strategy team member grant donation from SBCEO of $1,200 to Canalino teacher Ann Flores for classroom supplies for writing strategies. And good job. Thank you to our teacher, Ann Flores, for applying for the grant. Any questions on 2A through D?
Thank you.
May I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve the donations.
I will second with thanks.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay. H3, trimming and removal at parking lot and athletic field at Carpinteria High School. The board is asked to approve the trimming and removal at CHS parking and athletic field. The palm trees in the high school parking lot and athletic field are in need of maintenance, which includes pruning and tree removal. The district contacted 3 vendors for this service and received the following proposals. Bartlett Tree Experts, $12,780. Branch Out Tree Care, for $19,100, and Less's Tree Care Inc. for $30,216. Bartlett Tree Experts at $12,780 was selected. The cost of $12,780 for Bartlett Tree Experts will be paid with routine restricted maintenance funds. Questions from the board?
I didn't have a question, I just had a comment for next time. They did the tree trimming at the high school at the start time of the day. And so it was really sketchy with one lane open for kids parking, getting in and out of the car, and it backed up the road for 30 minutes. So I think just timing wise, our facilities team should not do things for the start time. Like I would have scheduled the tree, because they're cutting the trees at the entrance of the parking lot at 8:20 in the morning. So
That surprises me. Doesn't make any sense.
yeah. So just in terms of planning and timing, midday would have been better. But
I'm sure they had no control over it, but.
I'm sure, yeah. But in general, I love that we keep our campuses beautiful. So thank you.
May I get a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. 4, purchase and installation of playground chips at Aliso and Canalino Elementary. The board is asked to approve the purchase and installation of playground chips at Aliso, Canalino Elementary schools to replenish the area beneath the play structures. Over time, the playground chips get compacted and displaced as it is necessary to replenish as part of the district maintenance program. The district contacted 3 vendors for this service and received following proposals. Pro Playgrounds, $31,999. Western Materials, $33,719.70. Air Applied Mulch, $54,800. The cost of $31,999 from Pro Playgrounds will be paid with routine restricted maintenance funds. Questions from the board?
I guess my question is on the timing of this. Are we doing this before any kind of playground equipment is replaced, or over the summer, or what? Does it make sense to hold on to not do it until we pick playground equipment?
It's not safe.
Okay.
So we have to do it over the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, this is annual.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. May I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Oh,
Go ahead. I'll move to approve the purchase of the playground chips.
and I'll second.
Discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, demolition of play structure at Main School. The board is asked to approve the demolition of the existing play structure at Main School. The play structure at Main School is more than 30 years old and is degraded to the point where it is rusted and cracked and potentially unsafe. Due to the safety hazard, the district would like to demolish the play structure. The district contacted 3 vendors for this service, but only received the following estimate. McCall and M&M for $9,194.81. The cost of $9,194.81 will be paid with routine restricted maintenance funds. Questions? May I get a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Discussion. So I apologize for swapping in my mind Aliso and Maine on this, because we had toured previously Aliso. In my mind, it stuck that that's what this was, and it made sense to me. So keeping it to this, yes, we need to do this and create that, but I also am hoping we will be looking at a similar agenda item in the future to deal with the Aliso structure in some way. I don't know what that entails.
Both the Aliso and Canalino structures need to be replaced, so we're working on it.
Great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. 6, van purchase. The board is asked to approve the purchase of the 2023 Ford Transit 350 XLT van. The district has 5 operational vans that it frequently uses for special ed education, and to transport students to and from school-related events, athletics, and field trips. One of these vans has approximately 182,000 miles, does not have a functional air conditioner, and the transmission is failing. The district would like to purchase a pre-owned van rather than spend funds on repairs. It is essential that the district have safe and operational vans for the staff and students. The district has obtained 3 proposals from comparable vans, and they are as follows. A 2023 Ford Transit XLT for $35,495 plus fees and taxes. A 2024 Ford Transit 350 XLT for $36,385 plus fees and taxes. A 2019 Ford Transit 350 XLT for $37,067 plus fees and taxes. The cost of $35,495 plus fees and taxes was selected and will be paid with transportation budget funds. In the event the van selected has already been purchased, the district will purchase the next least expensive van. Questions from the board? It surprises me that such a new vehicle is so, that's amazing, 182,000 miles. We do a lot of traveling for athletics, for sure. But that it's already, I guess.
I've driven that one up the Canoe Grade. It doesn't work.
I'm not arguing. It's unfortunate that such a new one. Okay, may I get a motion to approve the van purchase?
I'll move to approve the van purchase.
I will second.
Okay, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye, Measure U. Any public comment for Measure U? Okay, seeing none. Approve change order 002 Core 002 for the TKL classroom building at Aliso Elementary School. The board is asked to approve change order 002 for the TKK classroom building at Aliso Elementary. During excavation, a perforated transit storm drain piping, which is a hazardous material, was discovered within the building's foundation zone. This change order reflects the cost to legally dispose of the piping and replace with solid storm drain piping. In addition, additional time was required for drying out the soil using spreading and mixing method. Change order request 002 reflects the dewatering and soil stabilization services. Change order 002 is $39,355.43 and will be paid with Measure U bond funds. Questions from the board? May I get a motion to approve change order 002?
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
J, personnel, public comment on personnel. Okay. J1, personnel summary. We have assignments of 1, retirements of 1, leave of absence of 1, and coaching extended season for spring, 14 personnel. Any questions from the board? May I get a motion to approve the recommended personnel items?
I'll motion to approve the personnel summary.
I'll second.
Any discussion? I just want to flag that Charles Bryan is on there
No, made me sad.
as a retirement, and I'm hoping we might still see him in a coaching position. Well-deserved retirement and very beloved staff member and figure in CUSD, but at the high school especially. So,
Do you know if Cornelio's doing anything, Cornejo is doing
Yes.
anything for him?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
okay.
can't
Okay,
can't
good.
reveal it.
Just curious, yeah.
It's a surprise.
Okay.
I hope he's not watching.
Okay.
But if he is watching, we are going to miss him. He will
Yeah.
be sorely missed, but we do hope and expect that he'll continue coaching.
okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
K, future agenda items, public comment. Not seeing any. We have our 26-27 budget adoption and LCAP adoption next Tuesday, the 16th. Okay, and L, board calendar, public comment. Not seeing any. The calendar will be included with the agenda. I think the events are pretty much all tomorrow, Monica. We have Canalino, Aliso Middle School and High School promotions and graduations. Okay, and that brings us to board member announcements. Anybody?
Oh, the only thing I wanted to mention was I talked to Miss DeWitt for a while at the CTE event, and she was there with the Agilent rep, and really excited about the workshop that she's putting on coming up soon. and it's just really exciting. I know it was full when we tried to get in. We procrastinated, but I'm just really excited for that opportunity for the kids. It seems really cool to do biochem at this point.
Yeah, and we have so many of our graduating seniors moving in, going to college to biochem. So really exciting right there. That evening was really great to see the companies that are supporting our students and providing those opportunities.
And the manager from the Nano Lab at UCSB remarked that we were the first high school to have students work with semiconductors.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting.
Yeah.
You recall the student made a case, created a case for the semiconductor.
Yeah,
So it's
that
very
was
exciting.
pretty remarkable. The Santa Barbara County School Board Association met last Thursday. We have meetings that will start again in September, and just flagging that it is available for all school board members to participate and attend. You don't have to talk or anything, but there is going to be some professional development this next year, and when that happens, it'll get sent out to all school board members. We are going to be having 2 meetings this next year in person. Some of the things that were discussed were things like the 14-week pregnancy leave and how that funding was coming through, and that's where I was able to find out about the idea of a reimbursement account that they're looking at after this next year. So hoping CSBA moves that forward. The other thing that pairs with the 14-week maternity leave is recognizing we're going to need subs for potentially up to 14 weeks. And right now there is a cap on the length of time we can have a long-term sub. CSBA had already been putting forward legislation to extend that, to allow that extension due to increases that we're seeing in the need for long-term subs and the disruption that creates in a classroom when you're having to change subs frequently for a long-term absence. And so they're going to amend that bill to align with the 14 weeks so that we can have a sub in those instances where it is a 14-week leave. A sub would be able to stay with a class for that time instead of having the disruption of new sub, which is really disruptive to students having to get used to a new teacher, the teacher getting used to the class, trying to get the curriculum handoff to another teacher. And so hopefully that goes through. And then I'm trying to think what else there was. Trying to remember what else there was. I had something else. Oh, last week we went to, was it last week or was it Monday? Friday, we had the Summerland and the family school promotion ceremonies, and it was lovely and special to attend both of those. So congratulations to all of our promoting students. And I think that's it. Have a great summer, everybody. Have fun, be safe, get outdoors, and we'll see you next school year.